How about now? Alright, wait, how about now? Am I good? Okay. Give me 1 second. By the way, I only watched half of the Danco one. Okay. Because it was the one about MCU versus Insomniac Venom. Yeah, Insomniac Venom wins. Yeah, he made that video, I guess, I don't know when. Yeah. Give me 1 second. By the way, did you see The Boys season 4? Did you see The Boys season 4? Yeah, it's out. It's really, really good. The first 3 episodes. Yeah, the first 3 episodes are really good. Uh, yeah. It is a very long story. He has a very high pain tolerance. You remember in season 3 where he got punched in the gut by Homelander? Yeah, he has a very high pain tolerance. Yeah. I don't know. They can't do that now. Yeah. It depends. They can't really do the Black Noir storyline where he's well. Oh yeah, yeah. That was the most random thing I heard. And so I was like, it was the most random thing. Yeah, they dropped 3 episodes. Unless it's me because I have my
There you go, it should have fixed. Yeah, for some reason, OBS decided to think for itself and make my audio the default. Which is fucking stupid,
Oh, yeah.
because my default is still my microphone. So, like, I don't really know... So, yeah, this is what happens when technology tries thinking for itself. I don't really know why it resets my audio, it's fucking stupid, but I don't know why. Let me actually see if
which OBS do you use?
Yo, what's doing?
Which OBS do you use?
Just OBS. I don't... Is there, like, a different reason?
So wait, so you use the regular one?
I think so. Right, hold on. Sound. Speakers. Yeah, like, it's, like, literally in my settings, it's the microphone, yet OBS is just like, we're gonna think for ourselves, boys. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, the first thing that I wanted to watch, I think, was Cosmonauts Hour on Spider-Man Homecoming.
Okay.
Because if we remember to last week's video, he did indeed say that Homecoming was the best MCU movie. So we're gonna have a fucking field day watching this, I'm sure. I need to share the screen.
I would say the only thing that's good would be probably Vulture.
To be fair, I think Vulture is a pretty overrated villain. And I was actually thinking about it recently, like, Vulture should not exist. Like, I think it's fucking silly that Vulture was able to exist, like, for as long as he did. Like, no one noticed.
Yeah.
You made MCU Spidey versus Insomniac Venom. What do you guys actually think of, like, the fucking, like, MCU characters being above Insomniac characters? Because, like, there was, like, in most of my community posts, there was, like, fucking, like, inconsistency. Like, pretty much everyone agrees that, like, Toby would beat Doc Ock, Andrew would beat Electro, and then Tom would beat Vulture. But then, like, I did No Way Home Toby with the black suit versus Venom, and, like, everyone said Venom wins. So, like, it's a pretty mixed bag. So, like, what do you guys actually think? Like, I firmly believe that, like, the No Way Home scaling is significantly too much for Insomniac.
Yeah. Because, like, you can't really compare Insomniac because he's been Spider-Man for 8 years.
But it's like, I just think that, like, everyone's... people say, oh, like, city level for Venom, and I'm like, okay. Phase 1 Iron Man was city level. Your point? Like, congrats, well done. Phase 1 Avengers would solo. Like, I don't get it.
That's very true.
But anyway. Oh. Is that Japanese Spider-Man?
Yeah.
It is, but he's showing footage from the American Spider-Man movie. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
I didn't notice until, like...
How come in Homecoming, the spider suit gives Peter Parker a bunch of functions that Peter doesn't know about? Because he made the web shooters, so it doesn't make any sense that he wouldn't know what features they have.
It's literally an Iron Man suit. Like...
Avengers were already at the new base in Civil War, so how come Spider-Man hasn't heard about it yet?
What was it?
How come in Civil War, Peter calls The Empire Strikes Back a really old movie, and he doesn't really seem to be all that familiar with it, but now...
It literally came out before he was born. Like...
Now he's like a Star Wars mega fan? Okay, sure.
Fucking hell. It's like rapid fire, just dog shit points. Like, I don't even know where to begin.
You know, I could sit here.
Wait, hold up. What was it?
Yeah, go
on. Was it about? Wait. Oh yeah, home. Yeah. What did he say earlier?
What didn't he say? Like, he said so much. He's like, oh, like, how does Peter not know what the web shooters do with the Stark suit, even though he designed them? It's like, well, they're obviously fucking different. He
designed are homemade.
Yeah, like, he designed the homemade ones, but he didn't design the Stark suit ones. He's like, oh, how come Peter doesn't know about the fucking Avengers complex? Because he never went to it. Fuck Knuckle. He's like, oh, why is he talking about how Empire Strikes Back is a really old movie? It's because, well, it was an old movie. Like, it came out before he was born, so...
All day. I could force myself to come up with reasons to complain. And I went into this movie not expecting to enjoy it all that much.
Or thing, too, is that you can tell that he doesn't know what the suit does, because he's randomly...
What is he going on about? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, he's fucking just talking about... I don't know. I don't know.
Say, Homecoming is the best superhero movie that I've seen in a long time.
Okay.
There's no fucking way.
Not only that, but it's the best teen comedy movie that I've seen in a long time, too.
There's no way that this is better than Kick-Ass, I'm sorry.
Listen, I know school sucks.
Peter, you still with us? Yeah.
Now, I think we can all agree that sometimes the movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe really feel, like, samey. You know what I mean? And not really...
How is Civil War at all samey to literally anything else?
Civil War isn't at all same because you have Captain America and Iron Man going against each other.
You have, literally, they're on a different team. You have a different roster of superheroes. Thor and Hulk are absent. You have, like, Spider-Man making his debut. Like,
yeah.
Like, you can't say it's comparable to the first Avengers, because it isn't. You can't say it's comparable to Age of Ultron, and you can't even say it's comparable to Winter Soldier. So, like, how is it samey? It's like, oh, Iron Man's suit is the same color in all the films. It's samey, I guess. Can I join the Discord? I have a disagreement. Yeah, the link's in the description, I think. What's your disagreement on, by the way? Once you're in the Discord, drop me a DM and I'll invite you to the call.
In a good way. They just feel really predictable.
Oh yeah, like Iron Man getting shot in the face and surviving. Yeah, that's happened before.
Feels like they're all kind of just the same movie. I don't remember the last time I saw...
The irony being that Homecoming, like the second half of Homecoming, feels like Spider-Man 2. But, okay.
A superhero movie.
It kinda does in a way,
like, he gives up being Spider-Man, like, focuses on school for a little bit, and then he's like, alright, fuck this, I'll just be Spider-Man again and save the day. Like, it's the second half of Homecoming is literally just a worse second half of Spider-Man 2.
Afterwards, I said, oh boy, I can't wait to see the next one. No, I usually don't care that much. Seeing these movies have become just part of the yearly routine at this point. And with Spider-Man Homecoming...
Does anyone in the chat still keep up with the MCU? I genuinely don't. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, I stopped keeping up with the MCU until Deadpool and Wolverine got announced.
Yeah, like, for me, I think Endgame was, like, the last film that I actually legitimately enjoyed. Far From Home, it was fun for what it was, but I think it's a pretty weak film. I stopped caring for a while, I didn't watch many of the shows, and then Spider-Man No Way Home was, like, the last time I actually gave a shit, so...
Yeah. I think right after No Way Home, at least to me, like, right after No Way Home... Wait, hold up. Right after No Way Home, things I've seen, like, WandaVision, Moon Knight... I want to say, like, right after, like, Endgame...
I just pick out what I choose and want to watch from the MCU. Yeah, true. Like, I don't watch many MCU films. I watch, like, Iron Man's trilogy, I watch the Avengers films, occasionally the Guardians films, but, you know...
Yeah.
I was having so much fun,
though, like,
I actually left the...
I didn't even watch Guardians free, but I've heard good things about it, so maybe I'll give it a try at some point.
Theater wanting more. I really didn't think I'd be saying that. I'm gonna be talking about why this movie worked so well. Although this movie isn't perfect, I still am struggling to find things that I genuinely didn't like about it. The movie is actually hilarious the whole way through. In the whole opening sequence,
it's actually pretty funny because he's like, oh, MCU films are samey, but it's like, literally every MCU film has, like, shit comedic elements. So, like, why are you defending Homecoming even though it's, like, doing similar stuff to other MCU films?
I mean, Homecoming, though...
Also, I'll just see if he's joined the Discord real quick.
Homecoming, I feel like Homecoming is just, like, how can I put this? Basically, from what I heard, is basically that Spider-Man is coming home. Like, people wanted to see him.
So we see people...
But, like, I just don't understand how, like, you can say, oh, MCU films are samey, Homecoming was a breath of fresh air, when as far as the comedic element side of things went, it was literally just MCU humor dialed up to 11.
Peter recording everything that happened in Civil War on his iPhone and narrating things like a vlogger.
Okay, so the craziest thing just happened, right? I started a fight with Captain America and I stole his shield and I threw it at him, and he's big now, I gotta go, hang on.
First of all...
We're not going to comment on what he just said.
This scene is, one, adorable. It helps sell people on Tom Holland if they already don't love him. Secondly, it's a clever way to show the events of the previous movie that a lot of people might have...
He's literally acting more like Mr. Beast than Spider-Man.
...skipped, because it sucks. Civil War sucks. Don't at me. There are a lot of...
Excuse me?
What?
If they already don't love him. Secondly, it's a clever way to show the events of the previous movie that a lot of people might have skipped. Because it sucks. Civil War sucks. Don't at me. There are...
But he got introduced in Civil War, though.
So he simps for Homecoming, yet hates Civil War. Interesting.
Civil War is whenever we first saw him.
Also, hang on a second.
I think it was like 1.2 billion.
No, it wasn't in the billion mark. Okay, so $880.2 million. I can't fucking type today. No, not cost. Oh, that's Civil War. That's not even Captain America Civil War. Good job, mate. Oh yeah, guys. Yeah, guys. Everyone skipped over Civil War. $1.13 billion made. Literally nearly $300 million more than Homecoming. Yeah, people totally skipped over Civil War.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I accidentally skipped to the end of the video.
I was gonna say, we're at the ending.
Where was it? It was like here.
It was like right here.
The audience, and this works pretty well for it. Now, the third thing...
Like, I know people who prefer Civil War to Endgame. Like, how can you say that Civil War was, like, was a skipped MCU film?
Does well is that it shows you that this movie is gonna be funny, and funny in a human way.
I think I skipped too far ahead, but
Avengers quality of the writing isn't in this movie at all.
Well, yeah, they were made by different writers. What do you expect?
This is real humor, not people making snarky comments. Most of the jokes are self-deprecating or relatable.
Yeah, Spider-Z, you can join the server, by the way. The link's in the description. Also, what's your disagreement on, by the way?
We see Peter screwing up in ways that are funny, but not like goofball funny.
Hey, could you do me a favor? Hold on to that. Is this anybody's bite?
Peter uses the Batman voice to interrogate people in this movie because he doesn't know how to interrogate people yet. And that's really funny. Peter's funny, but he's not the punchline of the movie.
He literally gives 2 kids PTSD. Like,
just from his spider eyes.
Yeah, just from his eyes.
Actually feel like a person that we would know in real life.
Oh yeah, because, you know, Toby and Andrew definitely didn't feel like that.
As opposed to like Tony...
Thank you, but I don't have Discord. Okay, well, what's your disagreement then?
Stark, or any of the other guys who say something smart and witty, and that's supposed to make us laugh, but we're not really relating to them in any way.
Actually, where's that other guy that had his?
Yeah. I don't know where to begin. Like, we don't relate to a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist. Yeah, no shit. We don't relate to a literal Asgardian god. Yeah, no shit. We don't relate to a literal super soldier who's over 100 years old. Yeah, no shit. Like, but again, like, these characters are still likable and relatable. Like,
Iron Man is... I feel like Iron Man is more relatable.
Yeah, like, Iron Man literally had... Like, it's so shit, I don't know where to begin. Like, it's literally, like, common sense that what he just said was fucking wrong. I can't wait to check the comment section.
The little quippy jokes that we're used to because of the Avengers movies feel more like...
Also, you guys sent me a video in the Discord where it was like, oh, Spider-Man 2 is satanic and here's why. Literally everyone in the Discord... literally no one in the comment section agreed with him, which makes me think that video is pretty fucking shit.
Actually, I know why people are doing that. People are saying that, whatever's going on in there is... It has something to do with religion or something like that.
What, is it because he does like that pose, like with the Jesus cross? The beginning of Homecoming has a little continuity problem, but it's a funny scene. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true, I agree. But like, what was your disagreement on Spider-Z?
Precise little moments that are put into the movie to make us laugh, so things don't get too dark or too boring. And sure, there are movies that don't even have these little jokes, and their effects are felt pretty strongly. But there's a reason that people are starting to complain about this type of writing, because it really gets old. You can't listen to the same kind of jokes.
Infinity War and Endgame, hold my beer.
Jokes for like 20 movies.
Infinity War and Endgame were better.
Even when Tony Stark shows up in this movie...
Yeah, like literally, like the first like 10-15 minutes of Infinity War, there's literally no jokes, is there?
Like, it's just like...
Like, the only joke that I can even begin to think of is, like, Thor saying to Loki, you really are the worst brother, or Loki saying, we have the Hulk. Like...
Yeah.
Like, what other jokes are in the first, like, the first 10-15 minutes of Infinity War? I'm so confused.
quippy nature is played off as him actually
I would
being
say,
a
well,
dick.
there's also Hulk transforming, or at least trying to.
He thinks Homecoming is better than Spider-Man 2002? Yeah, that's literally bullshit. Like, he thinks that Homecoming is better than literally every Spider-Man film, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, he hated Andrew Garfield's duology, and he didn't really like, the Sam Raimi films either, so... That's my disagreement. I mean, it's not really that much of a disagreement, though, is it? Braylon, yeah, what's the camping spot, dude? Mob's here as well, nice. What is everyone's favourite Insomniac Spider-Man suit? The Advanced Mark II.
I have, like... I can't even think of a suit.
It's either the Advanced suit or the Symbiote Surge.
I like the Symbiote Surge.
Symbiote Surge is the best symbiote Spider-Man suit we've ever seen. Say that 10 times fast.
This is the first Marvel movie that I've seen where I thought, holy shit, Tony Stark is an
Anti-Venom? Wait, you prefer Anti-Venom over Symbiote Surge? That is interesting.
Asshole.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, Anti-Venom and Symbiote... Well, Anti-Venom does have a symbiote. Well, I can't really go into that because that's a variant.
I mean, I guess.
Shit. Tony Stark is an asshole. I would never, ever want to hang out with him.
That's the point of his character.
Not a fan of that Tony Stark.
In this movie...
Isn't that literally the point? Like...
That's the point of his character.
He's literally... Like, yeah, he's a good person, but he's still an arsehole. Like...
Yeah, all the characters feel like real people. Flash Thompson is a bully, but he's on the science team with Peter, and he's not actually really that cool himself. He's just more popular than him. Peter and his loser friend aren't just nerds who get beaten up and thrown in lockers. They're just, like, actually...
Hang on. I'm just... Let me just rewind that slightly.
Nerds who get beat.
There are people all around. He shows the web shooters. Good job, Mr. Secret Identity Man.
Up and thrown in lockers. They're just, like, actually unpopular. They're the kind of people that just get ignored. The kind of people that you walk by and don't really think about. Now, when this movie was announced, it was rumored that it would take place in high school. It would be about Peter when he's a kid. And I had a moment where I was honestly really worried about what I like to call #YOLO writing. You know what I mean. Dialogue written by older men who don't understand how kids actually talk. A big...
Wow, I mean, they just described Far From Home.
Example of this is seen in, like, CW shows like Riverdale, where all the actors are, like, 30 years old, and they have the worst lines of dialogue.
In this age of Netflix and VOD, do people really want to watch a movie
I'm not gonna lie, this is the part where I'm not gonna lie. I only watched, like, 5 episodes of Riverdale and stopped, but, yeah, I do know.
Dude's complaining about a superhero being an asshole. Wait until he hears about Invincible and the Boys. Yeah, true.
Oh, yeah.
That's where Tom does a bad job keeping his identity a secret. Yeah, like, he's literally stood on top of a glass rooftop, like, without his mask on, but, like, the rest of the costume.
Of indie cinema, Quentin Tarantino likes to say.
I'm breakfast at Tiffany's, but this place is strictly in cold blood.
I was really worried that this movie would be like that, too. But then I saw what the writing team was like. Oh, you know, nothing special, except for it's the guy from Freaks and Geeks. Yeah, these...
Literally never heard of it. Like...
Me neither.
Literally never heard of it. Gaming Rift, how do I DM you? Well, if you're on Discord, you can DM me. Like, just add me. Like, that's what I mean. But you said you don't have Discord, so...
These guys are younger. Maybe they know how things work a little better. The writing also breaks the monotony of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a movie with constant reminders about the Avengers and shit like that, it managed to feel like its own thing. It almost didn't really feel like a Marvel movie in just the fact that its tone was completely different than the other ones.
Absolutely fucking not.
It felt like a Marvel movie.
How the fuck can you say that this film had a different tone than Ant-Man? I'm so confused.
It felt like a Marvel movie.
Like, yeah, sure, it had a different tone than, say, the first Iron Man. But, like, that's no shit. Like, I don't get it. Also, what was that he said before?
And shit like that, it managed to feel like its own thing. It almost didn't really feel like a Marvel movie in just the fact that its tone...
It literally did feel like a Marvel movie. Like, what is he on about?
tone was completely
It
different than
felt
the
like
other
Marvel movies,
ones.
like,
I don't know. I wish I could just keep talking about the writing and which jokes I really liked, because I like good comedy a lot, and I especially like seeing comedy as a core staple in a summer action movie. But I can't talk about jokes the whole time, because that's not the only reason that this movie's
Hold
good.
on a minute. Insomniac
Sure, I think
Spidey actually
jokes
made a
can
good point. If Insomniac and Tom met, they'd be like, "You're in the Avengers."
How? Because I get everything I want from Iron Man, bruh.
Definitely trick people.
The thing that I really fucking hate about Tom Holland's Spider-Man is, like, I think he's easily the worst of, like, the three live-action Spider-Men, but I find that I constantly defend him because fuckers don't understand him. Like, there are people that are like, oh, he can never fight his own battles. It's like, yeah, that's clearly not true. And then you have people that are like, oh, he's Iron Man Jr., which is like, I mean, that's partially true, but not fully. So, like, he annoys me a lot because I find that I defend him when I don't even like him.
Here's the thing, I can defend Tom's Spider-Man up to a point where it's just like, okay.
But it just annoys me because it's like, I feel like people just make such batshit crazy takes about Tom's Spider-Man, and I'm like, for fuck's sakes, I don't even like Tom's Spider-Man in comparison to the other two, yet I feel like I'm defending him, like, way more than I'd ever do with, like, Toby.
Here's the thing.
It's ridiculous.
I can understand that too, because like there are moments where like Tom has fought his own battles by himself before.
Yeah, like literally, it's like when people say, "Oh, he never fought his own battles." It's like, okay, you didn't see any of his free films then.
Yeah,
it's like, okay,
for one, like
I
Vulture is. I would say the Vulture is one just because think about that. Tony took the suit away, or his suit away, or the suit that he gave him away.
Yeah, he literally fights Vulture with his cloth suit after surviving a plane crash. It's like, yeah, he totally doesn't, like, fight him himself. It's like Mysterio. Oh yeah, he, like, even without the spider sense, he's still able to take on, like, 60 fucking drones at once. And then when he eventually gets the symbiote, when he gets the spider sense back, he literally, like, flawless victories Mysterio and the drones when it comes to, like, the actual bridge section. And then it's like, in No Way Home, it's like, yeah, he gets the shit kicked out of him by Goblin in the first fight, but then, like, in the rematch, he kicks his ass.
And he
would have killed him if Toby hadn't intervened. So, like...
Yeah.
Like, yes, I agree with you. He does get his hand held a lot. Like, I was actually thinking about this the other day, and this is the perfect way to describe Tom's Spider-Man. Tom's Spider-Man is not a character, he is a plot device. They randomly change his character just so it can make sense within the story. Like, him randomly giving up Edith to a guy he's met for 2 days, even though it's like the one thing he got, aside from his suit, from his mentor that he's idolized since he was like 10. Like, that is dumb. Like, him running to Doctor Strange and not even trying to sort his problems out for himself, it's a plot thing. Tom winning a fight against Doctor Strange, plot thing. Like, he is not a character. It's ridiculous. Ailtail's Truth is in the chat, so we're gonna get a lot of fucking messages.
I would say a lot. I would say this is like another disagreement too, because I thought about this like last week right after we were talking about the Edith glasses. I think the main reason in No Way Home why Damage Control didn't want to give him the glasses is because they were afraid that he was gonna do a drone strike on them.
The issue with Tom is he doesn't feel self-sufficient, or seems like he can do anything without some form of help. Well, I mean, I agree with that up until a point, because it's like, in the final battles, like, he does everything himself. Aside from No Way Home, but, like, pretty much all three Spider-Men have help, so...
Yeah.
Tom lost to Vulture, in which if Vulture wanted Tom, he would have died. Well, again, like, when did Tom lose to Vulture? When he was in his underpants and he had just survived a plane crash? That doesn't seem like a fair comparison. Like, as for me, it's like how you were saying, oh, like, Tom's shit because he nearly died to getting hit by a train. It's like, if he had the spider sense, he wouldn't have got hit by the train in the first place. As for Mysterio, it's a bit off since 500 Jones didn't target Spider-Man, in which it would have killed Tom. Well, no, because for the first part of the fight, they literally all did target him. The reason they didn't target him at the very end was because Mysterio was also in the, like, battlefield, if you like. But I mean, that also doesn't make sense because he overrides the command and he's like, no, fire all the drones now.
Yeah.
And mysteriously, most of them disappear from the plot after he says that, which is another mark against Far From Home as a nutshell.
Honestly, that is a
As for No Way
because I
Home,
think-
Goblin wanted Tom to kill him and was begging for more. And, like, as you said, it's regressing his character to build it back up again. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, they literally just fucking... His character is the most inconsistent thing.
That's the thing is, like, well, at the end of No Way Home, he finally progresses.
Which Nick Fury should have kept the glasses or given them to Pepper or Rhodey. Like, yeah, like, why didn't they give him to Rhodes? Like, he's literally, like, the fucking colonel or whatever. They should have just given them to him.
I think Iron Man wouldn't trust them because they would turn Edith into a military weapon.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is a fair point, but, like, at the same time, I guess, but it's just... I understand why he wouldn't want to give them to government officials, because obviously Hydra infiltrated the government, and obviously Hydra was a big part that led to the death of his own parents, so I understand that side of things, but like... I'm in your server, do I go to the self-promotion chat or a different one? Oh, if you're in the server, at me and I'll invite you to the call. Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
There's just a Raimi here, Ian as a 6th member.
Tom is also an audience surrogate. The young audience can put themselves in his shoes and get to hang out with cool characters like Iron Man and Doctor Strange. Well, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't make him a good character. Like,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that pretty much, like, you could say the same thing. It's like, oh, every dad can now relate to Thor. It's like, it doesn't make his Love and Thunder arc good, though. I remember asking you if you liked Tom's Peter as a character, but didn't mean about writing. Yeah, like, yeah, he's way more entertaining than Andrew when he's on screen, but, like, I think he's, in terms of the character, like, he's probably the most entertaining of the three, but, like, he's easily the least well-written.
Movie is actually a good movie.
I think we have a disagreement. Oh, Shade Hunter's in the server. Yeah, I'll invite him.
Alright. Would have made sense, and we could have had the Sinister Six.
Oh, I've done that wrong. Bear me a sec.
Well, they could have done Sinister Six, but Ock went good.
I've done this very wrong. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I get it. Alright, you should be able to join, dude. Sounded like XQC then for a second.
The only thing about Tom is he has potential, but it's underutilized, and he's mostly cared for being in the MCU. And I say if you look at the crossovers, only Tom is a great Spider-Man.
What do you mean by crossovers? Like, what crossovers has Tom taken place in? We agree on how funny he is? Well, yeah, like, you can't exactly fault Tom Holland's acting. Like, he has a charm to him, and you can't really fault his, like, energy for the role. It's just that... It's the same thing that I have with, like the cast for the fucking Fantastic Four movies. It's like, they're really fucking good. It's just that the actual material they're given with isn't very good.
Yeah. Hello, Shade. What's your disagreement?
Hello?
Hello, dude.
What's your disagreement?
Hey. So, what I mostly wanted to disagree on was the scaling of Black Suit Toby versus Insomniac's Venom.
Oh, the community first, gotcha.
Okay, so Black Suit Toby, okay.
Alright, so what's like your general thoughts on the matter?
I mean, I don't disagree that Toby with the black suit isn't an incredibly strong Spider-Man, but I also feel like Venom in the game has just had, like, better stuff, especially with the fact that, like, he's more versatile with the symbiote.
Right.
And, like, Toby is. Because, like, I think it's also that, like, I can't really see Toby, like, actually beating any of the Avengers from, like, phase
Might invite me to
one.
the Discord call? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm listening. Just someone wants to join.
Yeah. So it's just, like, I don't really, like, agree with that.
Braylon,
I mean,
are you
I
okay
have
to
go
mute
back
while the
and-
disagreement's going on, please?
Okay.
Keep going.
It's just I'd have to go back and watch his movies, but like it's also the fact that like I feel scaling Toby to the MCU kind of implies that like you could scale him anywhere from being like in Phase 1 to like he just solos everyone in like Endgame.
Alright, so I guess
Yeah.
Alright, so the first thing I'll mention is because I did make it clear in the fucking community post, but there were some people who still didn't read it. You do realize, Braylon, you okay? Just mute while the disagreement's going on. You do realize that it was No Way Home Toby, right? With the suit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay,
there was some. Because even though I made that distinction, people were still like, "Oh, in Spider-Man 3, he got his ass kicked." It's like, yeah, like you're picking. Like he literally gets stronger in his trilogy, so like obviously he's gonna get stronger in No Way Home. And I made it clear in the community post. I was like, yeah, this version of Toby is hypothetically the most powerful version of Toby we've ever seen. Like,
I would say
but
though, like
people still nitpick shit from his past, which people do that for everything. It's really annoying.
Here's the thing, I would say that the one thing though about Insomniac Venom, like if you really look closely at like all of the feats in the game, even though like there's probably like hardly any, he got boosted by the meteorite, and one more thing too is like he evolved over time. Like he evolved like over time. So I would say like if you file that into play, and for the fact that if you file that in for the fact that he was able to get the meteorite and was able to cause a symbiote city and cause a symbiote invasion, I would say that Insomniac Venom sweeps Toby, but at the same time though, No Way Home Toby has a lot more strength build up, and he's stronger, and he got strong, yeah.
Well, I guess
I would say that double the strength of Insomniac Peter plus the meteorite. I feel like Insomniac Venom wins.
But it's like, I guess first of all, I'll ask you, because you kind of mentioned this earlier, because you mentioned, like, oh, you can scale, like, Toby in between, like, Phase 1 or, like, Phase 2 and 3. Where do you actually think he does scale, like, in comparison to, like, Phase 1, 2, and 3?
I mean, honestly, I would probably say that, like, at most, he'd maybe scale to, like, maybe, like, Phase 2 Captain America or Winter Soldier. Because I feel like at most they would be, like, relatively around, like, the same strength level, because Green Goblin, like, arguably in the first movie was also that strong. Like, I know Green Goblin's superhuman, but, like, I think Captain America is to some extent as well.
Yeah, because, there's a misconception with a few things. So, like, whenever... There's a thing that people talk about where it's like, oh, Tom swapping hands with Cull Obsidian, scaling to the Hulkbuster, yada yada. I feel like people tend to forget that, first of all, like, Hulk and Thor do, and, like, pretty much every character in the MCU, they do get stronger as time goes on. Which is kind of one of the things that's really annoying, because, like, you'll mention how, like, oh, Toby scales to this, and then yada yada, and they're like, oh, so you're saying that Toby scales to Infinity War Thor, and I'm like, that's not what I'm saying, no. I'm saying that he's comparable to, like, weaker versions of the characters, but even the weaker versions would still be too much for the Insomniac verse.
Okay.
Like, at no point in time am I like, oh, like, Toby stalemates Stormbreaker Thor, like, but people still jump to that conclusion, which is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't think Toby is anywhere near that powerful. I mean, look, I'm not that big of a fan of Toby, but, like, he's not like, soloing, like, Thanos.
Yeah, like, I know Airtail's truth, he's very, I think I debated him on this topic, like, the Cull Obsidian scaling, and if he's still in chat, he'll probably be very passionate about this, but, like, I think that even if you disagree with, like, Toby being comparable to the Hulkbuster, I still think that since he's pretty much superior to Tom Holland, and Tom Holland is, like, vaguely in the ranges of the Hulkbuster Obsidian, based on that, Toby should easily be above, like, Phase 1 Iron Man suits. Like, if we're being very fair. But it's like, even those suits have, like, potential to outscale Insomniac.
My only question is, like, would he scale to Hulkbuster? Because I'm pretty sure Hulkbuster wasn't holding back.
What do you mean?
I don't know
like,
sure.
Would No Way Home Toby scale to Hulkbuster?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, really?
Okay.
Yeah, so what I was saying was, like, you could, like, because it's really difficult, because I've got, like, a load of thoughts on the topic. It's just, like, I feel it's pretty fair to say, even if you think base Tom doesn't scale to, like, Obsidian, I think Iron Spider would be more comparable to him.
You know, the Iron Spider is actually, like, I mean, here's the thing. In that like short that you made of, like, Tom Holland versus the Insomniac verse, I, like, agree 100% on that, but I also don't know if giving Tom the Iron Spider suit is really fair, because to my knowledge, I don't think we've really seen, like, everything that it can do. Because, like, at most, like, what we saw is it gives him, like, the spider legs, and it allows him to breathe in space. We don't know if, like, it even, like, further enhances his strength or something, you know what I mean?
Well, I think we can all agree it gives him a durability advantage. Like, I think that's fair to say.
I mean, yeah.
Although,
like,
at the same time, I do disagree with you. I think it's pretty obvious it does give him, like, some strength advantage, because, like, Iron Man technology, especially the nanotech stuff, it's like, you take, like, if you want to wank Tony Stark and say he's peak human, even though he's not really peak human,
pretty much
it's like, Iron Man's tech gives, like, someone like Tony Stark the ability to make Thanos bleed. So, like, it clearly does give you enhanced strength. Like, obviously, I'm not saying Iron Spider is comparable to the Mark 50. That's not what I'm saying. But, like,
I mean,
even in the first Iron Man film, it's like, he's able to send full-grown men flying with a punch. Like, it's pretty obvious it gives you enhanced strength.
Yeah, but, like, I also feel like if Peter did, like, let's say hypothetically Peter didn't have the Iron Spider suit on Titan, I still feel like because of his superhuman durability, he could have just, like, taken that chokeslam by Thanos that he did.
Well, I think we can all agree that if he didn't have the Iron Spider suit, he would have literally died before he even got to Titan.
Yeah, because, like, think about that, because, like,
that's also debatable, because I feel like I know that they probably just did it for the sake of giving him the Iron Spider suit, but, like, for instance, I saw this video of someone who wrote, like, Tobey Maguire into the MCU, and one of the things that he pointed out was that, like, if Toby was in Tom's situation in the ship, Toby would have probably just, like, broken into the ship on his own, and I feel like Tom probably could have also done that.
Well, I just think as well, it's like a couple of things. Like, number one, Tom does pass out from the lack of oxygen, but I think as well, it's just remarkably convenient that Titan, a alien world, like, it's possible for all of these fuckers to breathe on there. I just think it's so convenient. And not just like humans, but you also have, like, Mantis, you have, like, Star-Lord, Drax. I think it's remarkably convenient that all of these guys can breathe on there with, like, no ill effects.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's kind of not the point, it's just something I just thought of, like, it's pretty silly, but, well.
I would say
suspension of disbelief and all that.
I would say another thing, too, is, like, if you bring up the part where, they were about to get the gauntlet off, I feel like if Peter was to, like, be at full strength, he would have yanked the gauntlet off by himself.
Yeah.
I mean, I would potentially agree with that, but I think we all agree that, like, the only reason he stands any chance whatsoever is because Mantis was pretty much putting Thanos into a Riri-esque state. Like,
Yeah.
There's no way
Honestly,
he would have. There's no way he would have been able to do that if Thanos was actually at like base strength.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm not even gonna actually say this, but in that scene specifically, someone please just knock out Star-Lord. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
You just shoved some missiles his ass.
Knock him out.
Also, Gaming Rift.
The Toby and Andrew glazing is pretty ridiculous in my opinion. Neither of them can beat characters like Insomniac, Venom, Craven, or Anti-Venom. Well, link to the Discord is there, my guy.
One of the other things that I also wanted to talk about, I don't know if you remember, I think it was like last week when you made that video about the guy talking about Spider-Man takes on Twitter.
No, that was like yesterday. Yeah, like, that was like yesterday on Wednesday.
Sorry, I have a really
That's good, that works.
One of the things that I did want to talk about, because it was already at the end of the video, and I didn't get to say anything, is the idea that if MJ had, like, you know, told Peter that Harry was blackmailing her, and the two of them would have fought. Harry, like, straight up says to MJ that if you want Peter to live, you're gonna have to do something for me. I feel like that's like a direct threat that had MJ actually told Peter what's going on, they would have fought. And I feel like the only reason that she didn't is because Mary Jane cares about...
Alright, well, Pizza Man, give me your reasoning in the chat then. Sorry, I'm listening, I'm just multitasking.
It's also that it's just like MJ cares about both Peter and Harry, and I feel like my whole reasoning was that I don't think she would want them to see them like kill each other.
I understand what you're saying, but here's why I think it's really dumb that MJ didn't tell him. So like in Spider-Man 2, for instance, she's already seen firsthand like Toby's strength, like when he lifts that giant fucking wall. Like, even in the first film, like, when he lifts, like, the entire cable car with one hand. Like, she knows fully well, like, how strong he is. And he also... And, like, from her perspective, keep in mind, Toby basically wins every fight he's in. Because she didn't see him get the shit kicked out of him by Goblin. She didn't see the train fight. Like, so from her perspective, she has, like, this unwavering faith in Spider-Man. So, like, I think it's fucking stupid that, like, because either, number one, either she would 100% believe that Toby would be fine in a fight against Goblin, or number two, like, surely she witnessed him talking to Doc Ock at the end of Spider-Man 2 and, like, literally, like, calmed him down and what have you. Like, she wasn't that far away from it. So, well, like, I feel like no matter which way you... And I know that Peter was indeed acting like a dick in Spider-Man 3. I totally get that. But, like, she doesn't know that he has the symbiote. She doesn't even know what the symbiote's capable of. Like, from her perspective, she's like, okay, yeah, you're acting like a dick, but I still care about you. Like, I think what's stupid is that she doesn't even tell him. Like, she doesn't give him the slightest hint. Like, I think that's what's stupid. Like, she just breaks up with him on the spot.
One more thing, too, that I really want to add is for the fact that Peter, once he got home, he knew that something was wrong. Like, right after that conversation.
Well, yeah, because, like, he met up with Harry in the cafe. And, like, even after that conversation, it's like, he turns back, looks at Harry. Harry smiles at him, and Peter's like, okay, your amnesia is clearly gone. Like, something's going on. And what does he do? He puts on the black suit, goes to the apartment, kicks his ass, and blows up half of his face. Like, if anything, I feel like that could have been avoided or partially avoided, if she'd just said something.
So, I also forget, did that conversation, like, with MJ and Peter on the bridge happen, like, before Eddie was fired or after?
No, it happens before, because when Harry, because all Symbiote Peter has done at this point is, number one, he's got the suit. He believes that he's killed Sandman, so, like, everything is okay in his world, from his perspective. So, like, he's not really that much of an arsehole at this point in time. But, like,
Until...
He blows up Harry's face, and then you have the montage of like him dancing in the street, getting Brock fired, like all the rest of it. So like that happens afterwards.
Eddie getting fired.
He gets Brock fired, and then he does the dance.
Yeah, but what I mean is that all of that happens after he fights Harry. That's what I mean.
It's also weird.
Is it before or after? Because then you said before.
No, he blows up Harry's face, and then it's the montage, and like he gets Brock fired and stuff.
Yeah.
It's also weird because like I was going to say that like it's also possible we don't know because it's not really explored in the movies, but like there is also the possibility that MJ could have seen like clips of Peter in the black suit being like a lot more brutal than he normally is.
I don't really see how that's possible because it's only until after he blows up like Harry's face where like we actually see pictures of him in the bugle, because like Eddie Brock's like trying to frame him.
I'd have to watch that movie again
because it's like earlier in the film when we're introduced to Brock, when Peter is introduced to Brock, J. Jonah Jameson says to them, right, you both want the staff job. The only way you're gonna get it is if you show me a photo of like Spider-Man with his hands in the cookie jar. So like, and obviously Peter is never gonna get that photo because he's Spider-Man. But like Brock, he's like, all right, I'm just gonna frame the shit out of him because I'm a dick and I'm gonna do whatever I want to get the job.
Exactly.
You're trash.
That's the reason why he photoshopped the picture.
Like he literally tries taking a photo of symbiote Peter, and Peter breaks his camera. Like, so
yeah.
So like, I don't think there was much photographical like evidence of symbiote Spider-Man at the time.
And plus, I really go ahead.
You go ahead.
I really do think like right as soon as he destroyed the camera, it's clear that Peter already hated Eddie before. So
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, but like, what I mean is that like, I don't think MJ would have had any reason to believe that Peter was acting out of character at that point in time.
Up until he hit her.
Especially since as well, like, Eddie Brock's photo is like photoshopped, so it's like, it shows Black Suit Peter robbing a bank or whatever, but then the Daily Bugle prints a retraction, and they're like, yeah, that's fucking untrue. So if anything, like... And what else does the Bugle really show? It shows Symbiote Peter, like, lifting 2 motorcycles, one in each hand. It's like, there's really not much evil shit he does.
Well, actually, there was one where, like, he slammed, like, a criminal through, like, the front window of, like, a taxi. Like, he's, like, halfway in that window, like, that thug in one of those...
Wait, when was this?
This was when, like, Peter, when they were doing the montage.
Well, that's entirely my point. Like, all of that happens after he's already fought Harry.
Okay.
That's what I mean. So, like, MJ literally... Like, even if that photo existed, like, MJ literally wouldn't have been able to see it at that point in the film.
I'm still very confused. This shows up in the montage? How fast... Wait, how long is the montage then?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, there's not much footage of Black Suit Spidey going nuts. Since obviously Peter is pretty much the only one who gets good photos of Spider-Man. And
I feel, honestly, that was something that they really needed to do more in Spider-Man 3, was, like, show more scenes of Peter in the Black Suit.
Peter stole Eddie's girl, yeah, facts. I am trying to keep up with chat. Like, I am disagreeing with a lot of your messages, but, like, I'm just... You know, it is what it is.
I'm over here going through mine as well, but...
You know, another thing that I do disagree with other people about is that they point is, like, people who are like, well, Toby needed the black suit to, like, fight, Sandman in, like, their confrontation in the subway, and I'm like, I don't really think he would've.
He would have not needed.
Well, it's like, I don't even think that's the issue. I think the worst thing that people have ever said about that is the symbiote doesn't make Toby any stronger at all. And I'm like, that's clearly fucking false. It's like...
You know, now that I think about it, when he punches Sandman when they're falling down, doesn't he literally, like punch him so hard on one of the pipes that it almost, like, shakes the ground?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because it's even in the Daily Bugle image, you know, like when Brock puts up the fucking thing on the wall, if you look carefully at the newspaper, the fight between Black Suit Peter and Sandman generated earthquakes that could be felt throughout Manhattan's subway system. So yeah, like, they literally do shake everything.
Huh. I guess, wouldn't that technically mean, though, that he's, like, planetary and attack latency or something?
No.
No,
because obviously the earthquake doesn't cause any damage, so, like, it would probably be, like, a magnitude 3, which would be, like, city block level, something like that. So, like, it's still impressive, but, like, it's nowhere near planetary. Not even close.
Planetary, well, I don't really well.
Realistically, you'd have to break the Richter scale for it to be a planetary earthquake. I'm pretty sure that's not even possible.
Yeah, but I do know, like, Toby and the Black Suit things that it was able to shake the things that it was able to shake underground. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in Crysis's video he calculated it to be like city block level, something like that.
Yeah, so I think things that he was able to do that with the Black Suit, that could be city block. But it just all depends on what part of the fight.
Riff, do you see what I'm saying? Hold on, I'll just backtrack. With things like the anti-venom making him immune to the original Venom's weakness and his new abilities to purge symbiotes. Excuse me. And possibly radiation if the comics had anything to debate. Don't even get me. Wait, what was your entire point? Like, were you saying anti-venom versus Toby? I'm confused. What was the
Shade?
Yeah. Another thing I also want to point out is, like, we also clearly saw in, like, Peter's fight with Venom at the end of Spider-Man 2 that, like, Venom can resist at least somewhat the effect of, like, the burning part.
Yeah, he can resist the anti-venom. Like, Peter had to beat the shit out of him before anti-venom took any effect.
Yeah.
And even then, he didn't get to beat him, like, often because Venom's stronger, so...
That didn't have to know that Harry's in there, so he's holding back.
Well, yeah, obviously Harry is holding back, but, like, even when he was holding back, like, Peter... Because, like, when Venom restrained Peter and, like, he tried using anti-venom, it's like Venom just shrugged it off.
Yeah. I mean, Venom, like... I mean, if Miles and MJ weren't there, Peter would have died.
Insomniac Sandman is broken. Imagine if he absorbed the Sahara Desert. I mean, yeah, but you could say that about literally any version of Sandman.
That actually get that whole entire scene.
Wait, what scene?
Wait, what?
Sorry.
If MJ and Miles being there at that final cutscene with Venom.
Yeah, what about it?
Wait, can you repeat what you said?
Oh, I said that, if Peter or if Miles and MJ, like, weren't the final battle with Venom, Peter would have died.
Yeah. He literally would have. Like, if Peter wasn't there, Miles would have died. If Miles wasn't there, MJ would have died. If MJ wasn't there, Peter and Miles would have died. It was a team effort.
I also would like to add, a lot of people, well, question, did you, I'm not sure if you understood, like, the whole entire Miles versus Venom final fight, but, you do know that Harry's not there anymore, right?
Yeah, like, Venom pretty much took over against Miles, because, like, he doesn't like Miles at all.
Yeah.
Also, who is that fucker who said that Miles was stronger than Venom? Like, that's literally not true in the slightest. I don't know who said it, but that is just...
Yeah. I'm actually one of the few people that fully believes Peter was not nerfed in Spider-Man 2 in any
I have multiple texts, look above. Yeah, I can't look above with multi-chat, but I'll have to go back through the stream and look at them.
If anything, Insomniac Peter wasn't nerfed in the game, because, like...
Yeah, I 100% agree. Peter wasn't nerfed in the... in response to one of your messages, I forget who put it, I like Insomniac and Toby. They're both, like, my favorite portrayals of Spider-Man. But in terms of who would win in a fight, like, I would say the MCU Spider-Man would. But that's just what I think.
Here's the thing about Insomniac Peter being nerfed. He hasn't fought Kraven. We get a glimpse of, like, the Lizard he fought the first time, and it's confirmed in the game that the Lizard is evolving, like, he's growing.
Yeah.
So he's never had to take on, like, a giant lizard before.
Hot take: anti-venom over venom because superhuman
two,
plus symbiote is better than
he
human and
also hasn't fought
symbiote.
Sandman in a while, so he doesn't know anything about Sandman. So he doesn't know how powerful Sandman got over that time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, Insomniac. Mainly just because it's pretty much shown consistently Venom is stronger than anti-venom. So
I just love that like people just gloss over like Kraven has magical potions. I literally found that when I first played the game.
Yeah. He literally does have. He does have a magical steroid that makes him insanely strong.
Yeah, because Peter.
Which is why it really annoys me when like the very first Ultimate Joker video I watched, he kept saying Kraven was like only peak human. I'm like, he clearly isn't.
Kraven's obviously enhanced.
But it's like, I don't even know how peak human is an insult, because it's like, take Kingpin. He's confirmed to be peak human, yet he can fucking dent steel pipes with his punches. It's like, being peak, and he can ragdoll Spider-Man through, like, concrete walls. It's like, how is being peak human an insult at all? It's like...
I'm gonna point this out right now. If you're literally, like, strong enough to fight like a pissed off Venom, you're more than just peak human.
Yeah.
And two, Kraven had no prior knowledge on the symbiote up until he saw Harry, so there's that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, he had prior knowledge that like the symbiote was vulnerable to sound, but that's only because he saw like how it.
You saw how the bell affected Peter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Wait, who's going?
Me.
Yeah, no worries, Braylon. Take care, dude.
Me.
If Peter actually wanted to purge Venom from Harry, it's implied he could if he wasn't so reluctant to kill Harry. Well, yeah, we literally see in the game he could have purged Venom anytime he wanted to. I mean, he literally does it. But, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, obviously he doesn't want to kill Harry. Like, that's pretty much just a nothing argument. Wasn't Peter holding back because he doesn't want to kill his...
back against Kraven, was also holding back against Kraven and was just toying with him according to the dialogue.
Also, what are your guys' opinion of Kraven versus base Peter? Like, I still think Kraven would have won.
I firmly believe that, because okay, here's the thing, Peter, I definitely think could, like, without the symbiote, if this was his base, he could definitely maybe contend with Kraven, but Kraven is still gonna come out on top.
I obviously feel like if, like, the actual scenario that he was in the game isn't like. It's kind of like Miles versus Peter, where, like, it's not an accurate portrayal as to how the fight would actually go. So, like, I feel like...
You have to make them both bloodlusted.
I feel like Peter would eventually... Like, I think Kraven would honestly, like, beat the shit out of him, like... Because even at that point in time, he still knows... He still has extensive knowledge on Spider-Man, like... He's obviously... He's obviously way stronger, he's got the physical advantage, he's a better fighter, etc. I still think he would have beaten him.
I even pointed this out in your video about, like, Synthetic Man, that, like, if Peter wasn't conflicted in the black suit, he would have killed Miles.
Yeah, he literally would have.
Yeah. There's
the thing is, like, at that point, he's broken.
Yeah.
People like to say base Peter got truly based when Peter in context was not sure how strong Kraven was holding back since he was just fighting regular good. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously that's not an accurate portrayal as to, like, how the fight would actually go. But, like, even in an actual fight, I still think Kraven would win. It's just that Peter got the short end of the stick in the game for that specific fight.
Just I'm not sure, but, like, if that's not, like, an actual portrayal of, like, how the Miles versus Black Suit Peter fight would go. Miles scales to Black Suit, and if they were bloodlusted, like, remove the bell and both are bloodlusted, it's kind of hard to tell who would win.
I do think Black Suit would win. Mainly just because if the bell wasn't a factor, he's... I don't want to say he's unstoppable, because obviously that's no limit fallacy, but, like, I think what would seal the deal for me is just, like, the stamina and the healing factor.
Yeah.
Like no disrespect to Miles. Obviously, he's got like enhanced stamina, enhanced healing, but like Black Suit Peters is on another level.
Black Suit has base Peter's healing plus that plus the symbiote on top of that.
Like even without the symbiote, he could still fight with like 14 broken bones. Fast forward to Spider-Man 2, he can, he fought like the entire Hunter base, then Kraven, then Miles back to back with like no breaks in between. He was just fine.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If we put like, I know that it's only like a year after Spider-Man 1, but like, if we put like Peter at like possibly the beginning of Spider-Man 2 without the anti-venom, but he has the spider arms, I definitely think he would have done better against the Sinister Six in the Raft.
Well, so you're saying base Spider-Man with the advanced suit 2.0?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, his iron spider arms are the spider arms are, I'm pretty sure they're stated to like be equal, if not a little bit superior to Doc Ock's own arms. So yeah,
like, didn't Peter mention that like it's basically like he took the design of like Otto's arms, but like he improved it to where it had none of the flaws.
Yeah, and like Doc Ock was already stated to not only easily outclass base Spider-Man, but to also be the strongest villain in the PS4 game. So
I still don't see how. I feel like that goes to Electro, but
well, I think it's mostly just because like Electro has the potential to become like, I would kind of argue, an Avengers level threat, but that's really like only if you gave him like sufficient amps. Like, I feel like the Green Goblin could be a threat to the world if you gave him like sufficient like power amps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's just
literally like, any character above city level would be a threat to the world, because the most powerful weapon we have ever made is city level.
Because I don't know if you guys have seen Iron Man Armored Adventures, like Electro is basically, like Insomniac Electro is basically living laser.
Yep, I've seen that show.
Yeah.
That show gets too much hate.
I love that show.
Yeah, that's like literally one of my favorite Iron Man themes of all time.
Yeah.
Debatably the most iconic one. I'm pretty sure I used that in one of my Iron Man edits.
Here's the only downside about that show. It's probably hands down. I feel like if we needed more. Even though I know for a fact, like I'm not sure you know that, but like you know that like final episode was like an invasion, or like a Mach-Lon invasion. I feel like that's ripped straight from Avengers Endgame or Avengers Infinity War or something. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, anyways, coming back to like the debate kind of thing. I do think it's like pretty much every character. I feel as though the main issue that I have with like the Insomniac versus MCU debate is like it's kind of like the DCEU versus MCU. It's like, yes, the feats look more impressive with the DCEU, but that doesn't mean they are more impressive. Like, it's basically what people say. It's the equivalent of cinematics over scaling. It's like saying, oh, Superman can like cause massive shockwaves with his punches. Thor can't, therefore Superman's stronger. It's like that's just an appeal to cinematics, which is kind of how I feel about Insomniac. It's like the characters look more impressive. It doesn't mean they are though.
Yeah.
Like that's basically where I sit with like the whole Insomniac versus MCU thing. And it's like it's also really funny. Like just I keep talking about this and it's fucking funny. Like it reminds me of that one fight where I think it was Danco who did Stormbreaker Thor versus like Snyder Cut Superman. He said that Thor was like superior in every way, but Superman's faster, so he wins. It's like the amount of wank towards DCEU characters just makes me smile.
Thor literally travels from what was it? It was like Nidavellir or wherever it was where he got Stormbreaker.
Yeah, he travels from Nidavellir to Earth in like no time.
Yeah,
so I got Nidavellir, so let's see. So that's going there to New York or Midgard technically.
Yeah, it's like, but like that's like, unless the argument was that like it doesn't seem as fast because Thor was using the Rainbow Bridge. It doesn't matter if he's using the Rainbow Bridge.
He has access to it. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
like.
That's like saying if
It's like saying Iron Man's trash because he needs his armor. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, he needs armor.
Or that's like saying that like Goku is faster than Sonic because Goku crossed the planet in an instant across Snake Way, and it's like, okay, and I mean Sonic is still like way faster.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the issue with the whole like Insomniac versus MCU thing. It's like people bring up legitimately good points, but like the scaling isn't enough. It's like people are like, oh, Venom has tendrils. It's like, okay, they're not strong enough. It's like, oh, he has a healing factor. Cool, so does Toby. It's like, oh, he can jump large distances. Whoop-de-doo. like, right, cool, like, it's really annoying, because it's like, people bring up, like, sort of like hacks and stuff, but it's like, hacks doesn't really matter if it's a one-shot deal.
Also, one last thing I wanted to talk about before I left. In your short about like Tom versus the Insomverse, how I pointed out that each Spider-Man like scales to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I get that Spider-Man gets stronger as he gets older because that's like a part of his character. But, like, that's like saying, like, I think saying that, like, Toby is stronger than, like, Andrew or Tom's Peter is a bit weird, because that's like saying that, like, Miguel was stronger than Miles in, like, Across the Spider-Verse. In which I feel like Miles was still, like, as strong as Miguel, he just wasn't using his full strength.
I don't get what you mean. So, like, you're saying, it doesn't make sense why Toby is, like, the strongest of the three.
No, what I mean is that, like, I don't think one Spider-Man can be stronger than the other unless, like, they have some kind of, like, weird hack. Like, I feel like, in all honesty, like, if we were to, like, I don't know, I'm trying to...
Like, I understand what you're trying to say. First of all, like, you could make the argument that all three of them were bit by different spiders, so, like, that could also be a factor, but it's like, even in Insomniac, it's pretty clear that Miles and Peter aren't equal. And it's like, even in, like, Spider-Geddon, which is, you know, whether it's canon or not, you know, it's up to debate, but, like, the Spider-Men, even in those, like, they're not equal to each other. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure... Because, like, I'm pretty sure only 616 was actually capable of matching the Inheritors.
Well, I mean, I would say... Well, yeah, that is true, but then again, I would say... I would say, like, in that comic, it was 616 and Insomniac. They drew each other, they matched each other every time.
But it's also, like... I think it's pretty obvious that some Spider-Men are stronger than others, because it's like... Take, for example, Nicholas Hammond's Spider-Man, like, the guy gets pressed by, like, peak humans. So it's like...
Yeah.
Are you really gonna try saying that he is, like, equal to, like, 616 or, like, Tom or Insomniac? It's like, I don't fucking think so. Like, so, like, I think some Spider-Men are definitely stronger than others.
And I think for the Across the Spider-Verse part, Miguel has, well, 2099 or Miguel, whichever one, but 2099 is half spider.
Especially since, as well, you've got to keep in mind that, like, you know the whole, like, Spider-Man gets stronger with age thing?
Yeah.
But it's like, Toby is way older than Tom, so, like, he has way more time for, like, his powers to mature and develop compared to Tom's. So, like, I really don't think it's that far-fetched to say that, like, Toby is stronger. It's like, if you scale Tom to, like, Toby's age, you could very well say that Tom would indeed surpass Toby. Like, you could do that, but, you know, it's just kind of like speculation at the moment.
Yeah.
Insomniac Peter has multiple other comic scaling methods. Well, yeah, but, like, I don't really think many of them are that canon. I don't really think many of them are canon, and they're also not that impressive. Because it's like, in Spider-Geddon, for example, like, what does he really do? It's like, he kicks Superior Spider-Man, like, once and he tanks it. With that same Superior Spider-Man being incredibly nerfed compared to, like, typical Superior Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, typical Superior Spider-Man is feels different from the new one.
Well, yeah, but it's like that same version of Superior that, like, Insomniac fought. It's like, he got his ass kicked by, like, base Doc Ock, which obviously 616 Peter can consistently bully. So, like, that's an example of 616 not scaling, or Insomniac not scaling to 616. But you also have, like, a very desperate Insomniac fighting 616 and, like, getting stalemated, even though 616 was holding back. And you can't make the argument that you can't make the argument that Insomniac was holding back because he literally believed that the power source available would revive Aunt May and Uncle Ben. So, like, it's pretty obvious he wasn't holding back, yet 616 was, and he was still able to match him. So, like, that's a couple of examples right there, where it's like, Insomniac doesn't scale to 616.
They did match in light speed, though.
You know what I'm
saying? They matched in speed, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, or at least someone in chat correct me if I'm wrong, but, in Spider-Geddon, 616 Spider, technically superior, didn't really know what type of Spider-Man Insomniac was. Like, he thought Insomniac Spider-Man was going to be a Spider-Man that killed. So, like, he didn't know. So there's also that factor.
Well, again, though, like, if it's, like, say, for example, it's the same Superior Spider-Man that, you know, Insomniac fought later on, it's like that same Superior doesn't scale to typical Superior.
Yeah.
So, like, it's a weakened version of Superior, no matter which way you spin it, so...
Yeah, I know.
Like, even, like... Because as well, it's like... It would basically be impossible to know where he scales to at that point, because it's like, okay, he scales to a weaker Superior Spider-Man, but that version is weaker than the typical version, so, like, where would he even scale to? So, like, I don't even know where it would, like... Sorry I left the internet cut out. No, it's fine, you can join back if you want, dude. It's all good. In Spider-Man Unlimited Infinity, they take the same damage from the same attack. Okay, well that would prove that 616 is stronger, because he has no armor in his suit, unlike Insomniac. So again, that would... Like, 616 just has a cloth suit. Yeah, Insomniac Spider-Man has armor in his suit. So that would literally just disprove what you're saying.
I thought it wasn't armor.
Speed-wise, Insomniac might be more agile. Well, yeah, he can be more agile. That doesn't mean he's faster. I mean, look at Toby versus Andrew. Andrew's confirmed to be more agile, but Toby's still faster in No Way Home.
Yeah. But I would say there's, like, something that you can make for Insomniac Spider to be as fast.
Infinity Comics made them comparable in speed. Yo, sorry? What did you say?
Insomniac was able to dodge Electro's lightning blast, which we're going at, I think, hypersonic, or at least, yeah, I think hypersonic.
Yeah, like hypersonic, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, again, like, you could use that to say that, like, no way, Andrew's faster. Because it's like, in Andrew's, TASM 2 film alone, it's confirmed that it's not actual lightning blasts his Electro uses, but, like, pure electricity. So instead of, like, massively hypersonic, it'd be, like, relativistic to the speed of light.
Yeah.
And obviously Electro gets way stronger in nearly said Endgame then, in No Way Home, so...
Yeah.
When he lost his spider sense at one point.
I think that's the only thing that makes a lot of sense. Like, actually, now that I'm really thinking about it, Insomniac took a lot of inspiration from Andrew's Spider-Man, but I'm not going to go into details on that.
Does Toby get much stronger in No Way Home compared to his trilogy? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he gets way fucking faster. Like, in his solo trilogy, he has no speed feats comparable to Andrew. Yet magically, he's, like, as fast, if not a little faster. It's like he has no strength feats comparable to Tom in terms of striking power, yet magically he's able to match a bloodlusted Tom. It's pretty obvious he gets stronger. But, like, that's what I'm saying. It's stated by the writer Insomniac does scale to 616. But it's like the comic scans disprove that, so I don't really understand. It's like their intention is pretty much overruled at that point. But anyways, is there anything else you want to say about the... I don't know why that just magically appeared. Do you have anything else you want to talk about, or should we continue with the video?
Let's continue with it.
Wouldn't Insomniac Electro be pure energy, since his harness does just that, making it more also relativistic? No. Because his endgame goal is to become pure energy, but he doesn't become that in the game. All the harness does is gives him a greater control of his power. It doesn't, like... It's still lightning blasts, though.
Yeah.
If you use a fully composite Insomniac Spider-Man, he can get out to continental level and faster than light. I mean, yeah, if you use a fully composite Toby, you can wank him to 616 level, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Oh, and the Venom multi-continental part, that would happen over time.
Like if you want to wank absolutely both of them, then Toby would still win, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Based on statements within the first film. Unlimited comment, yeah. I completely forgot what he was saying.
There's a lot more to a movie than just good jokes. Tone is also important in a superhero movie. If the tone is wrong, then the whole movie suffers for it. This movie has a fairly lighthearted tone, but we know that shit can get real if it really needs to. But the one thing that I loved was that even when the tone got really dark, it didn't mean that people had to die. Now name a superhero movie from the last...
When did the tone get, like, dark, though, in Homecoming? Like, I literally don't... Like, when the building got dropped on his head or something, I guess.
I wouldn't say that. I would say, like, right as soon as, Tom found out that, Liz was Vulture's daughter, is that when it... That's whenever...
Like, yeah, maybe, like, the conversation that they have in the car, where, like, Adrian realizes he's Spider-Man, like, that's pretty much fucking Michael Myers vibes right there, but, like...
Actually, I think he found out, like, probably, like, way earlier, because he was, like, whenever they were in, like, whenever Peter was at their house, he was like, oh, and his heart dropped.
Well, no, obviously Peter put 2 and 2 together that he was Vulture, but, like, Vulture didn't put 2 and 2 together, because, like, he's never seen, Peter before. Well, no, sorry. Yeah, he saw him at the party, but, like, in the car, he was like, I've seen you somewhere before, like, even your voice. And then, like, Liz mentions that he disappeared from the party, and you can see at that point, he's like, wait a minute, he disappeared from the party. Yeah, and after
he also mentioned that he works with, and after he also mentioned, or at least Liz also said that he works with Tony Stark, so he was like...
Yeah, so, like, it's pretty much...
He was like, oh yeah, you're Spider-Man.
Otto said in his audio to Electro, the harness will make the difference between pure energy irrelevant. Otto says that the difference is relevance, they're similar. Okay, well, you'd still have to prove that, though. Like, just because he's pure energy, that doesn't mean he's firing pure, like, electricity, if that makes sense. Like, he could just still be firing, like... Because as well, like, you could become a literal lightning bolt. That doesn't mean you're as fast as electricity, you know what I mean? You could still be electric speed. Electric speed, that's not what I meant. Let me just double check. Hold on. I did that really wrong. Hold on, I think I've fucked this up massively. Give me a sec. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna double check.
The thing is, I think that he is... Where is it? Ooh.
Just doesn't give me a bio.
Honestly, if you want, you can probably... Wait, if you don't want a bio, I would just go to Versus Battle Wiki.
I mean, yeah, you can, but, like, I like going to the actual Insomniac site, wherever it is.
Yeah, 1 million volt.
He can discharge the stored energy in the form of lightning blasts.
Yeah, he's able to, like, shoot him at high speed, yeah.
He's capable of traveling at high speeds by generating a massive field of electricity. Well, yeah, so you could say he flies at light speed, but, like, in terms of the actual blasts he fires, it's like, no, he fires lightning.
last, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, fucking forever years, all of them, and I mean all of them, will have a handful of people dying. That's just how it is.
You know what's crazy for the fact that I
it's
actually
just
watched
collateral
X2
damage. That's
yesterday.
shit that.
It's like even if you excuse me. Let's say for the sake of argument, like Electro was actually firing light speed energy blasts. Let's say for the sake of argument he did. Electro in TASM 2, even before he got the arc reactor, was already firing light speed blasts. So like no matter which way you spin it, No Way Home would still be firing faster blasts than PS4 Electro, and all three live-action Spider-Man dodge it consistently. So it would still, like, even if you say, like, you know, he's PS4 Electro is like firing beams of light speed, it doesn't really matter since base Electro in TASM 2 was already doing that.
That happens in action movies.
Yeah.
Well, what if I told
on
you?
another note, speed and strength feats fascinates me about Miles because he has a great power set. He has a great power set now, but imagine if the comics allow him to age like they did for Peter and Miles gets more powerful.
Check the Doc Ock recording in the Icarus mission. Yeah, I know exactly what you guys are referring to, but like even if you want to say that it was light speed, it's like you could say the exact same thing for like base TASM 2 Electro. And obviously he gets stronger, and obviously all three Spider-Men from that film dodge his faster than light blasts, so it's really not that impressive.
That
is a fact for Yugi. If they would allow, well, Miles already does have a comic where he is older, and yes, he does have some impressive powers in that comic. I think
and it's like even Andrew, who the other Spider-Men scale to, he was able to statue that same electricity, like in his solo film with like his spider sense. So you could make that, and there have been certain calculations that put Andrew at like faster than light to massively faster than light, depending on the calculation.
Yeah.
Die for a super.
And obviously, Andrew gets significantly stronger in No Way Home. So.
Superhero movie to be good. This movie features count it, one death, and even that one is passed off as a joke. You might not.
Who the fuck dies in that film?
Like you understand what the particles within the.
Is it the person?
I don't think that's
it's the person who dies in the car crash. Yeah, I got
much of this at first, but it helps the overall tone of the movie. Wouldn't it have sucked if during the Washington Monument scene, one of the kids had died? After we see the kind of person that the Vulture is, after we learn that he's just a father who wants to take care of his family, wouldn't it suck if he just died in the battle? This is actually very important to why this movie works so well. This isn't really an action movie. It's a summer comedy movie featuring Spider-Man punching people.
So how is it a great Spider-Man film if Spider-Man's not the main focus? Interesting.
That is a very interesting question. How it's not. It actually is.
Aside from the fact that he's the main character and he has the most screen time, but yeah, totally, the film's not about him.
Miles teleport.
So they're relative because all four Spider-Man would be fast. No, I'm saying that Insomniac would be relative to like base Andrew Garfield. And like Andrew Garfield gets significantly faster in Endgame. I keep saying Endgame. Fuck me. And Andrew gets significantly faster in No Way Home, and all three Spider-Man scale to that level. So like,
the thing is, like, it's confirmed that he got faster because he was able to web up Blizzard faster than he usually does.
Thanks for having me, Riff. Yeah, it's fine, dude. You're welcome back anytime. Just message me in the Discord if you want to chat about shit. I don't really do this whole socializing thing, so any attempt at socializing is fine by me.
So hold up, if you fly at light speed, then that means...
thanks for having... hey, Jess is in the chat as well. Wait, who just joined VC? Oh, it's
that his
Toby.
Combat speed reaction... That means his combat speed and reaction speed is light speed. And Insomniac Spider-Man was able to blitz him, so he should be at light speed then.
If he flies at light speed, that means his combat speed and action speed is light speed, and Insomniac was able to blitz him.
I have to agree with that. He is...
No, I don't agree with that at all, because he wasn't moving faster than the lightning. Because I know exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, that thing where he just flies through the...
I'll bring up that exact same scene. Hold on. Spider-Man Remastered Draft. I know exactly what you're referring to. Hold on. And obviously I play this game quite an unhealthy amount.
Because he was able to dodge them without even...
Hold on.
That makes 5 of your worst enemies that are now on the loose.
I know gameplay isn't canon, so I'm not going to talk about how Electro is significantly faster than him here. I know that gameplay is not canon.
Yeah. I have to go.
Oh, he didn't dodge it. No, I'm
There's
joking.
one that again, I see.
Right, me, sorry.
Yeah, because right here it's basically him absorbing energy, or him trying to flip them.
So, like...
Yeah, right there.
So, like, Electro isn't even focusing on Spider-Man here.
But the thing is, though, like, the lightning still touched his chest, though.
Yeah, like, I'd also like to point out, bear me a sec. Bear with me. Like, if you want to say he's moving at a comparable speed to the lightning, maybe.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tough one, because, like, you could say that, like, he significantly reacts to it, because, like, later on in the game with Broken Bones, he's able to, like, break free from the, cuffs and dodge in the time that the lightning bolt takes to reach him.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, obviously, like, yeah, you could say that, like, he is able to react to these attacks, but, like, I don't think Spider-Man can, like, swing or run at light speed. I think that's a bit silly. You've also got to keep in mind that Electro is not that good at using his powers. He's very overconfident, and he literally doesn't take fights seriously. So, like, yeah. I think you've also got to take it... So, like, for example, if Kraven had Electro's power, I don't think Peter would have been able to replicate what he did here.
Actually, I think he does. Actually, in the game, I think Electro's being used as a... I think in the game, Electro's being used as a net. So...
Well, no. I mean, obviously, like, Electro's power is insanely impressive, but Electro himself is shit at using it. Because, like, he doesn't take fights seriously. Like, if Kraven had Electro's power, I don't think Peter would have been able to replicate that. Because obviously Kraven is by far the better fighter. He does the teleport, but moves faster than the lightning. I think that would just be gameplay over canon. Like,
gameplay wouldn't be canon at that.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's how... I don't think that's how it works. Hot take, Spider-Man 2 PS5 over Web of Shadows. Yeah.
That's the fact.
Yep. Totally.
Some people like Web of Shadows more though.
Does it? You guys wanted me to make a video of Insomniac Spider-Man versus Web of Shadows Spider-Man. I might do it sometime. Because I remember in the Discord server, people were like, "Oh God, you don't want to do that. You'll piss off all the Web of Shadows fans." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll fucking do it. I don't care."
I mean, both of them have similar storylines.
I'm like, I really could not give a shit, and they're like, "No, you'll get a load of people hating you." I don't give a fuck.
But the thing is, though, you gotta
people hate me now.
Venom
it's fine.
And Eddie aren't in sync in Web of Shadows. Venom and Harry are in sync up until he's not there no more.
Yeah.
It's a movie driven by comedic performance.
Wait, what? There's a speed feat I found online for Insomniac Spider-Man. It came from a Death Battle blog. Okay, Death Battle isn't the most... If you're referring to who I think you're referring to, Death Battle isn't that reliable. But by all means, if you find the speed feat, put it in the Discord and I'll read it.
Performances. Now,
no, I'm talking about Insomniac's Peter combat and reaction speed, not his travel speed. Oh, right, yeah, sorry, my bad. I thought you were saying he, like, runs or moves at light speed. Like, in travel speed. That's what I thought you meant. Yeah, like, you could, like, even...
Isn't Dogoro a Shadows fan, or am I very wrong?
Yeah, he's a Web of Shadows fanboy, yeah. Yeah, like, my point with that Chaos is, like, even if you want to say, like, Insomniac Spider-Man in combat is, like, faster than light, because he, like, dodges that, it's like, you could say, like, base Andrew, you could also say is that fast, and obviously he gets faster in No Way Home, so...
Speaking of performances, everybody in this movie does a pretty damn good job. Michael Keaton is a good-ass actor. I like that he's actually getting work again because Birdman was so amazing.
You can't lie, he actually is a really good actor.
It's actually a fair point. Like, Michael Keaton barely got any work after, like, his Batman films.
Yeah,
like, he got screwed over.
I mean, wasn't Birdman like a representation of his career?
I like the design of Vulture in this, but...
I like his design. I like the design of his wings in Morbius, but,
I think he's one of the more fascinating adaptations of Vulture. Like, I think I really like his, like, he's probably my favorite Vulture, but, like, I don't think he's that good compared to the other live-action villains. Because, like, I don't really like Vulture as a villain. I think he's kind of bland.
Isn't
Why?
an evil
Because do with wings?
Well, no, it's just, he doesn't really have much to do with Spider-Man. It's like, I know that there's probably some comics where, like, they interact and stuff, but it's like, most of the time you see Vulture, he's just a part of the Sinister Six. It's like, in Insomniac, he's pretty much just a side character. Like, in Spectacular, he's pretty much a side character. Like, he's never, like, the main villain. Like, he doesn't seem as compelling as the others.
Stash twirling villain. He feels like a real-ass dude. This is actually how a down-on-his-luck independent contractor guy would act. I love that in the last fight, he doesn't activate kill mode on his glider and try to kill Peter at the last second. Because that...
Well, yeah, because his tech malfunctions.
It's not really what he wants to...
He's not worried about...
Like, his glider literally breaks. Like, what do you mean? Of course he doesn't.
Yeah.
He's just straight up lying.
That Vulture's worried about the stuff that he just stole.
Also, could we just... Also, it is that time of the stream where we have a pufferfish cameo. Mainly because Jess is here, and I know that Jess likes Puffer, but... Yeah, like, his wingsuit literally malfunctions, so, like... And he does pretty much try to kill Spider-Man. Like, he like, bashes him repeatedly into the ground, he sees he's unconscious, and then, like, fucking dips. Or tries to. But Rift, will you excuse Andrew, yeah, I can't speak. But Rift, will you excuse Andrew's Electro for being inexperienced in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and you'll use his scaling for Andrew? Well, no, the reason, excuse me, the reason why, sorry about the bird, the reason why I'm saying with that is because, like, number one, Electro does get significantly more powerful in the final battle of TASM 2, but also... At what point in the film does TASM 2 Electro joke around, banter with Spider-Man, not take shit seriously? Like, personality-wise, they're completely different. It's like he's actively trying to, like, kill people and stuff. Like, he's... Yeah. And as well, in, like, No Way Home, for example, he pretty much... Like, he pretty much solos everyone.
He had double in strength by the
Like, he literally, he 1v3s all three Spider-Men at once and does just fine. Like, the only reason Electro actually loses is because Doc Ock catches him by surprise.
Yeah.
So, like...
And plus, the other thing, too, is that Andrew said that he's never seen Electro that powerful.
So, like, even if we say, like, they're both inexperienced, it's like, personality-wise, they're completely different, and also, at what point in time does Insom Electro solo 3 Spider-Men at once? Like,
to do. However, you can't talk about all this writing and all these characters without talking about Tom Holland as Peter Parker. If you didn't already love him in Civil War, which
well, again, I'll say this until I'm blue in the face. Tom Holland himself is not the problem. His writing is the issue. That's the issue.
I'm betting Cosmo doesn't think that.
Like, it's pretty difficult to hate this motherfucker. Like, he's so, like, lighthearted. Like, he doesn't take much seriously.
I didn't like him. Is that different?
Well, no, but like you might not like the ways that his films go, but like I think that Tom Holland himself does a pretty good job being Spider-Man.
It's just the way that the character
is written that
make it.
Well, it's like as Peter, he's like nerdy, socially awkward, etc. And then as Spider-Man, he's like wisecracking. So like he pretty much nails the personality of Spider-Man. It's just that he, because of the plot, he makes very questionable, out of character decisions.
I disagree.
You should, because he's
that's just me.
Well, it's like I think he's a better Peter than Andrew, and I think he's a better Spider-Man than Toby. Because like,
take that back.
Well, no, because it's like Toby doesn't really. I don't want to say the whole quips argument, because like I don't really give a shit. But like,
yeah, I hate that argument.
It's like, bruh, Tom's Spider-Man quips more than Toby's. Yeah, well, Toby's homophobic, so I think I win that argument.
Hey, it's the only good thing in that movie. Then you're sure as hell gonna love him now, because he is perfect.
Honestly, though, I
Spider-Man
still think that Andrew's probably like a better Spider.
Okay, hold on. I was just defending Tom, but like even I don't agree with what he just said.
He's the only good thing in that movie. Then you're sure as hell gonna love him now, because he is perfect as Spider-Man, and everybody.
Okay, so first of all, let's just ignore the fact that he said that Spider-Man was the only good thing in Civil War. Let's just ignore that. That's another kettle of fish.
Iron Man is Captain America?
Yeah, like Black Panther, Winter Soldier.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly, but like...
Why is Cosmonaut take so stupid?
That's why I don't really care about Vulture, Electro, Scorpion dying in Spider-Man 2, because they're interesting in general. Yeah, like, pretty much. Like, I've never really liked Scorpion. Like, I was quite sad when Shocker died, because I feel as though he could have had... He could have had some redemption. Plus as well, like, I like Shocker because of the fucking 90s show. It's pretty much difficult to dislike Shocker.
Shocker had more... Shocker in Spider-Man 2, at least from what the audio said, at least from what Craven said, he put up a fight.
Yeah, like, I think it's pretty impressive that he put up a good fight, considering, like, Peter himself has been like, yeah, he's fucking dumb as bricks. Like...
And even MJ, when she heard about that, she was like, oh.
Yeah, MJ was sad as well, because, like... He's not, because it's like Herman's not a villain. He's just, you know.
But he's gonna be saying it. Everybody's already.
He's just desperate. He's just scared. So.
Saying it, but it's true.
That gave me like
the lovable dork that Spider-Man is supposed to be. The problem with Andrew Garfield is that he's too cool. I look at him and I'm not like, that's a kid who gets bullied. That's a kid who definitely gets picked on in high school. No, that kid's fucking badass. He skateboards. He's a cool kid. We just gotta look at why being a dork is really important for...
So, Toby's Spider-Man, right? Like, gets picked on, gets bullied. No?
Peter Parker. In the scene at the ATM near the beginning of the movie with the masked thugs, there's a little moment where he takes a second to think of the joke that he's gonna say before he confronts them. He leans on the wall, he tries to look cool, and he realizes that's not gonna work.
Yeah, and he literally endangers people's lives in this, because the fucking weapon goes off and nearly kills them. And it nearly kills, like, the Delamore shop owner. So, like...
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, he survived.
Yeah, no. He causes heavy, like, significant damage to the store, and he could have easily killed anyone, like, in the nearby area. It's just a miracle that he didn't.
Yeah,
so, like, he's being irresponsible here.
No consequences.
Yeah. Yeah, Galaxy Rider, if you send me it on Discord, I'll read it. We'll check it out now, actually.
A lot of little moments like that where he's not really sure how he should be acting as a superhero. Lots of superhero origin movies have the hero making a few mistakes at the beginning, usually for comedic effect, but afterwards they're fairly competent all the way through until the end of the movie.
It's stated that in Spider-Man 1, he's literally been Spider-Man for weeks.
But this movie...
So he has, like, no idea, but I do have to say, though...
We'll have a little look at this feat that you mentioned.
Oh boy.
What was it?
Galaxy Riser mentioned the feat from Death Battle for, like, Insomniac Spider-Man speed.
Oh.
Here it is. You need to scroll down to find Spider-Gwen versus Sakura. What the fuck? What has this got to do with anything?
What?
Where's the speed feat, dude? I'm confused.
This is literally just Spider-Gwen. What?
Well, he mentioned a speed feat, so I'm assuming...
There's... where's this... These are not speed feats. I feel like these are all just martial arts feats.
I feel like I just got trolled.
I think you did.
I feel like I got trolley-poly-olied.
But I will say, though, I do like the Gwenom run and Gwenpool, so I'm not gonna lie. Gwenpool and the Gwenom run are actually pretty cool.
I don't know. Yeah, like, what's the Insomniac speed feat for Peter? I'm confused.
Wait a minute, how long is the tab?
Oh, fuck it, though.
Okay, here we are. Okay, so...
Alright, so this is...
Wait a minute.
Oh, hold on. Other Spideys, hold on. Insomniac Miles...
Reactor, that's... Okay, that calculation I feel
Insomniac Peter moved in tandem with particles moving within a reactor.
This is gameplay. Gameplay's not canon.
Why, does it not happen in the cutscene?
It doesn't. It's just Peter just crawling in your... Yeah, it's gameplay.
Oh, like here, for example. Is this what he's referring to? Like, he's moving comparable to the beams. Is that what it is?
Yeah, because that's what you...
That's literally just gameplay over canon.
Not a feat.
But I mean, if you want to say like he's comparable to like Lightspeed characters because of Electro, like at best it would add on like a bit of consistency, but like it's still not canon because gameplay is not canon.
I will say though that calculation for Miles being able to absorb a nuke that could absorb all of Harlem, that calculation is somewhat false. Or at least
why? What level do they put Miles at?
I forgot what calculation it was on, but I think
isn't it like large town level or something?
85. I'm not sure because it's been a while. I'm not sure about the calculation, but it was calculated to around 489 tons of TNT.
So city level? No, not city. Yeah. No, not city level.
Or small town.
Small town, yeah. I was gonna say city level is like fucking 1 to 100 megatons.
Yeah, because that would be small town. Considering that if you're counting Harlem as a borough, seeing as that there's different boroughs in New York,
which if anything,
Harlem,
which if anything should be, if anything, that should be consistency for like No Way Home over Insomniacs. It's like even Phase 1 Iron Man, he could tank a mountain level attack.
Yeah.
Via Thor's lightning when you do a calculation for it.
Yeah.
So it's like even if you lowball like Toby or whatever to like Phase 1 Iron Man level, you could still say he's like mountain level. So
yeah.
Is full of Peter
being
a huge dumbass and messing everything
I really
up.
don't know the calculation for that.
Yo, what's right?
I don't know how much. I don't know how much it took for him to destroy the bridge, but hey.
What do you mean by destroying the bridge?
You know, okay, you know that part where Miles like blew up the bridge by accident?
Oh, Miles! I thought you meant Thor for a second with the Bifrost.
Well, there's also that.
I mean, that you could get that feat to ridiculous levels.
Yeah.
Because like the energy from the Bifrost, it spawned a black hole. So
yeah.
So you could say like casually planetary, maybe star level, that sort of thing. But
yeah.
Again, it's just one of those. Yeah, Miles destroying the bridge. I mean, he didn't destroy the whole thing though. It was just like a section of it.
Yeah, it was the energy from the new form that...
Which is why when people are like, oh, Miles is stronger than Peter, because it's like he held an entire bridge together, it's like, no, he didn't. Like, he held a section of the bridge together.
Yeah.
The ones with QTE can be canon, because you can turn it off.
How are the ones with QTE
How?
not canon? That's so gameplay.
Wait, what do you mean by QTE? Do you mean like
QuickTime events?
Do you mean no shit? I know what QuickTime events mean. No, I mean like for example, Peter stopping the crane. Like, do you count that as being canon? I mean, obviously it is because like he stops it, but like
yeah, he stops it. Yeah.
But like it's just one of those. But it's like I don't really view QuickTime events as being canon. Number one, because you can fail them, which canonically you don't fail them. But also, it's just like it's still part of gameplay.
I understand where Chaos is coming from though. With
like, I understand what you mean, but like at the same time, it's like, for example, when Peter with anti-venom, he like restrains Venom for like a long ass time with the tendrils. It's like I don't think either anti-venom or Miles comes even close to Venom in strength, so like I understand that like the tendrils is stronger than like Peter's default strength level with like his fists and shit, but like even so, I don't think that was possible.
In a way that would be really frustrating to watch.
Still impressive though.
But in a way that is pretty understandable. In a way that we could relate to. Also,
can I just point out, I've completely lost the plot with what he's saying. Like, I have no idea what he's saying. I've lost the plot.
Wait, rewind a few seconds?
He's just like, oh, Peter, like, I'd need to rewind the entire fucking video at this point. He's like, oh, Toby's shit, Andrew's shit, Tom's the goat, apparently. Like, that's all I've taken from, like, this positive section.
That would be really frustrating to watch, but in a way that is pretty understandable. In a way that we could relate to. Also, I love that we finally get to see how resilient Peter is, and the moment when he decides that he has to be that way. We get to see the moment when he realizes that he needs to be strong-willed and push himself beyond his limits. And in the comics, you see that Peter Parker is a kind of person who doesn't give up. On his Wikipedia page, not giving up is literally listed as one of his superpowers.
Yeah, and Tom gives up when Tony takes his suit away.
In the homecoming scene
He
near the
didn't
end
give
of the
up
movie,
until he took
we
it.
see that even though Peter can just ignore the Vulture... and-
Also, how is he saying all of this for, like, Tom, but, like, you could say it for Toby as well?
Yeah.
Like, he literally gets the absolute shit kicked out of him, and as soon as MJ is threatened, he just is just like, alright, Estes Flask, I'm just gonna, like, fuck you up now.
Time to kick his ass.
Yeah, it's like literally, that's what it is. It's like, okay, Toby goes into his bag, Toby uses Hyper Potion. Like...
Hyper Potion?
It's like...
and live a normal high school life, and even date the girl they...
I don't really know if Andrew has an undomitable will. He definitely... I don't know if he does or not. I think he just has a phenomenal tolerance to pain.
I don't know that either. It just seems like he does.
Like, Toby definitely does, because he can just, like... his pain tolerance is ridiculous. He can just power through pretty much anything. But, like...
Yeah.
Andrew...
I don't really know about Andrew, because if we're actually going to bring in the deleted scene, I think he can take an abdominal amount of pain, but I'm not going to go into details on that. Because there were times where he did take a lot of, like...
we were so focused on Insomniac scaling, we've lost the yeah, like, but the video didn't make much sense anyway, so, like, I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it.
I mean, Cosmo already has shit takes.
He wanted to date the whole movie. He knows that that isn't the right thing to do. He knows that even though he doesn't have the equipment or the skill to win this fight, he goes in to do it anyway. And this leads...
Can I just point out as well, that's also incredibly stupid. He leaves all of his Spider-Man stuff by his locker. Like, yeah, I understand it's underneath the locker, but, like, do you know how easy that is to discover?
If they move the lockers...
Yeah, like, they move the locker, they discover his Spider-Man stuff. It's like, yeah, they might not put it together straight away that he's Spider-Man, because, like, there's a lot of lockers there, but, like, either way, why would you leave your Spider-Man stuff at school?
That is a good point. And plus, another thing, too, is, like...
Like,
well, the thing is, I think Ned said he was posting on YouTube, so there's that, too, so the fact that people know the suit.
Yeah, but also, like, I mean... I think it's really stupid in Spider-Man media where, like, he wears his suit under his clothes and, like, no one notices. But, like, it's...
Hold on, time out. That's stupid?
Well, yeah, like, no one notices at all. Like, I think it's a bit unrealistic, but, like, it is kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, it's fiction, I'm not going to lose much sleep over it.
Powers? That's unrealistic to you?
Well, no, the point I'm making is that, like, I think him wearing the costume under his clothes all the fucking time and no one noticing, I think that's dumb, but this is way more stupid. Like, I think this is way more stupid. Like, the fact that, like, he just leaves his Spider-Man stuff at school. Could you imagine, like for example, could you imagine if, like, a villain or what have you was, like, at the school, and, like, all the people are in the corridors and shit, and he has to get his costume? Like, he has to lift the entire lockers up. Like, his secret identity would be fucked.
Well, then again, though, there is that one, and I know that I shouldn't be comparing this scene. Well, there is that one scene from Spectacular where Flash is throwing water balloons at him.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Where, okay, so you know that episode of Spectacular Spider-Man?
Well, yeah, he hasn't got his costume on, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is, like, you have a lot of people that are watching him, like, everybody's watching him, and
he's like, having a secret identity reeks.
Yeah, and he just completely just shuts down. He's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but, like, I just think it's so stupid that he leaves his like, shit at school. Like, at the like, it's kind of dumb that, like, Andrew tries fighting Lizard without his costume, but at the very least, he, like, gets changed off screen, so, like, no one notices. Like, at least it makes more sense with that.
To my personal favorite scene in the whole movie. Now, for years, I've been waiting. Me and a lot of other Spider-Man... There is one thing that I like about Andrew Spider-Man, though, in that Lizard fight. He actually, like, has the web shooters on, like, underneath his... Like
yeah.
On his clothes instead of, like, everything.
Which I think is quite cool. Like...
Yeah.
But the web shooters for him are, like, really small, so I guess that kind of makes more sense.
Yeah.
Man fans have been waiting to see one of his most iconic moments recreated on screen. Not Gwen Stacy's death. Not pulling off the Venom suit in the bell tower. The moment I'm talking about is from Amazing Spider-Man number 33. And in it, we have Spider-Man fighting Doc Ock for a serum that...
So, like, only one part of this comic actually happens in the film.
Will save Aunt May from a terrible...
And the context was way different.
During the fight, Peter gets crushed...
Also, we literally got this entire scene in Spectacular.
Yeah.
Like, we got this, like, 9 years earlier than Homecoming, so, like, what is he on about?
You're acting like it's new.
And, like, I know it's a stretch, but, like, you could say we got it in Spider-Man 2, where, like, he lifts the wall off MJ. Like, I know it's a stretch, but, like...
That is a stretch.
I understand it is a stretch, but, like, spectacular, definitely not. Like, the base is in the water, like, fucking...
under the ceiling, and all these support structures come down, and all this equipment falls.
You basically got him
and
looking
he
at
says
Gwen
that
about
all this
to
stuff
die.
weighs more.
Yeah, exactly.
More than a train weighs. However, through determination and sheer force of will,
my only question is, how is he able to lift that whole entire thing up? Like,
this
with
is
his
issue number
shoulder,
33. Spider-Man hasn't even been around that long, but this is the first time
It's
that we really
incredible.
get to see how strong he is when he needs to be. And that scene is
I forgot, was
actually
he not
in
holding
this
back
movie.
at
And
all
it's
at this point? I forgot if he is.
Yo, sorry?
And
Was he holding back when he lifted it up?
I don't think so, since he wasn't holding back when he got himself into that situation.
Okay.
Because I think the context for the comic is that Aunt May is sick and Doc Ock has the cure, so, like, Peter's just running rampant, like, fucking tearing through hideouts trying to find Doc Ock. And then when he actually fights Doc Ock, he, like, fucks him up.
And here's so that's the inspiration of how he takes it off in that comic. But in this movie, what's his inspiration taking it off? Freaking Iron Man.
Everything that I ever wanted it to be. After being
I'm back.
crushed
Yeah,
by the
Spider's dead.
ceiling, Peter's calling for help
Oh,
because
it's
so
everything
far,
I
when
ever
he's been in a
wanted to
tough
be.
spot,
So
he's had someone there to help
beautiful.
him.
That's
But in this
it.
movie, Peter Parker doesn't push off the
We just all appreciate that Nicholas Hammond's Spider-Man solos.
rubble to save Aunt May. He pushes it off to save himself.
He's the only live-action Spider-Man that wears the classic suit.
Because this is a movie about Spider-Man
talking
learning to get
It
by
looks like it- how is
without
that
anybody
the classic
helping
suit?
him.
His eyes
Just by
look so weird.
It was the original.
doing it himself, because sometimes no one else is going to be there but Spider-Man. This is exactly how it should be done.
Why do you keep saying should be done?
Well, it's like, I don't understand how he's
Exactly like
saying
you-
this when, like, in the Raimi-verse and the TASM-verse, Spider-Man's the only superhero that exists. Where, like, in the MCU, there's, like, fucking Iron Man, Vision, like, War Machine, Hulk, Thor, like...
so cringy.
I don't understand why, like,
When he keeps
and if
saying
anything, that's a
should be
problem with the MCU as a whole, which is something that people try criticizing. It's like, and I've seen memes that perfectly describe this, it's like, oh, the world's at stake, but it's not. It's like Iron Man's perspective, and he's just asleep. It's like, oh, the world's at stake, but it's not his film. It's like, all the heroes just magically disappear. I feel like Iron Man, like... if someone was trying to steal his shit, I feel like he would actually appear and try fight Vulture. But, like, mysteriously, he's not even... or, like, War Machine, at the very least. Yeah, I just think it's so stupid that, like, with these films, it's like... at the very least with not No Way Home, at the very least with Far From Home, it's like most of the Avengers are either dead or retired, but, like, you still have Doctor Strange. You still have War Machine.
In fact, this reminds me of something.
You still have, like, Vision. No, you don't have Vision, actually. Vision's dead. You have Scarlet Witch.
It actually reminds me of this video of when they did of how it should have ended for No Far From Home, where they have Peter basically saying like, "You literally have the friggin' Avengers to deal with these elementals," and then he actually gets them.
and technically as well, because of Secret Invasion, you also have like the Skrulls as well. Yet magically, none of them help.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
I guess it only does it when the plot allows it to do it.
Toby basically does everything himself, and Andrew to a lesser extent. No, what do you mean? You remember that guy we watched the other day? Apparently Toby does nothing for himself. What do you mean?
Oh, don't remind me of that.
Doctor Strange is implied to exist in Raimi. Yeah, like, the Toby Spider-Man 2 predicted the MCU.
Is anyone excited for your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man animated show?
What's Level mean?
I think that's freshman year. But
wait, there's a new Spider-Man show coming out.
Yeah, it's called Friendly Neighborhood
here's
Spider-Man.
the thing. I am sick of another high school Spidey.
That's the thing. Like, I want him to progress. People don't want him to progress.
I mean, I don't really.
Do
you know what I really want? Wait, which show is it? Is it this? Well, is it this?
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
That just looks like MCU Spider-Man.
It is.
I think it's supposed to be like
a fucking Ninja Turtle. What is that?
Hey, I'm seeing the Beetle suit.
There's an Invincible knockoff there. There's like Martian Manhunter there. Like,
I'm really interested in this, just because of the fact that I want to see what they're gonna do with their Harry. Or at least
I mean, I just want the Spider-Man new animated series to make a return. To be honest.
Oh, so
I want a revival of the '90s cartoon,
like an actual like college Spider-Man. Like I think that had
a
so
lot
much
of people
potential.
want that, but like a lot of people don't want to see Peter grow up.
Revival of the '90s series.
I don't really care about the '90s series being revived because like I feel as though that had a pretty good ending. But I feel like something like
that ending actually makes sense where Peter goes to find MJ. Apparently in X-Men '97 he found MJ.
Whereas something like Spectacular or the new animated series where they were like cancelled, I think it would be good if like they got a revival.
We need Spectacular to come back. I need to know because
I agree on.
Like I just think it's like which is why I really want TASM 3 over Spider-Man 4 because it's like I feel as though Spider-Man 3. Because like Spider-Man 3, whilst it wasn't a perfect film, but I feel as though it was like the natural kind of ending for Toby's character, at least until like No Way Home. But it's like I just feel like TASM 3 would be more interesting, seeing like a bloodlusted Andrew and stuff.
I disagree.
Yeah, that's the reason why
I disagree.
And I didn't even like TASM 2. Like I prefer like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, but like
you'd be surprised. TASM 2's storyline is very confusing, with especially the Green Goblin arc.
Yeah, that shit was.
And they literally delete scene where his father's alive.
Well, actually, they didn't know what they were gonna do. That they were gonna put him on a cyborg. They were gonna make him to a cyborg.
Toby's in VC. Yeah, Toby's in VC.
Hello. Feel good.
What do you guys want? Spider-Man 4 or TASM 3?
Well,
oh no,
I have
please don't say
it. So.
I'm gonna be so upset.
Like, I just think Spider-Man 3, whilst it wasn't the perfect film by any means, it was like just a naturally good conclusion to the trilogy.
Sadly, I'm
how you would have handled against John Malkovich. I seen the storyboards and it looks so cool.
Same.
Like I feel as though Spider-Man 4 would have been good, but I don't really know. Like, I feel as though you can only do one thing for like so long before it kind of gets a bit old. Where it's like,
yeah,
because it's like take the Christopher Reeve Spider-Man films. Try that again. The Christopher Reeve Superman films. It's like the first one was good, the second one was goated, 3 was meh, and 4 was shit. So like I feel as though you can only do like the same thing for so long.
What about like Michael Keaton Batman?
Yeah. What about it? The first film's overrated, the second film's great, and then he's replaced. For like,
okay, I like that back. Take that back.
No, it's like he has 2 films and like he's replaced in Forever and Batman and Robin, and they weren't even that good. So what about it?
You call it overrated. Take that back.
Well, yeah, it is. Like,
no, it's not.
I don't
like the first one though. Here's my reason. Here's my reason why I would say the first one is really good. It's because of the fact, for one, I really messed with what they were doing in the first Batman movie, but that's just me. But it's been a while since I've seen the movie, so I kind of.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker was freaking creepy.
If you listen to like the behind the scenes thing for like Batman 1989, that film was a mess. Like they constantly rewrote the script, they constantly like change things at the last minute, and it really does.
Just like the Hulk movie.
Like I'm not even kidding. Like literally, the reason why the final battle is at the freaking tower is because because Jack Nicholson and the director, they watched Phantom of the Opera literally like days before. Well, no, but like what I mean is it was just a mess. Like in terms of the script, like they rewrote it constantly.
I disagree with everything you're saying.
Not to mention as well, he just doesn't act like Batman at all.
No, he does.
In the second film, he literally kills people. Like, what do you mean?
Bale in Affleck.
No, I mean, no, like Michael Keaton's Batman kills someone.
Okay, I can see,
he literally ties bombs to someone and then drops them off a building and they blow up.
I can see where Raimi's coming from, because if you really look at that scene, from Batman versus Superman, Batman has guns.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's dog shit there as well, but like the lesser of two evils is still evil.
Todd, who like made him break his kill rules. So like,
but yeah,
that is a good question.
I'm not excusing it in Batman vs Superman, but like the lesser of two evils is still evil.
Every movie Batman's killed, Rip. It's not new.
When does he kill in freaking the Christian Bale ones?
Wait, if that's the case, then technically doesn't he kill in the
Like he doesn't.
Wait, technically, doesn't he kill in the Robert Pattinson one too?
Does he?
I
think so,
never.
But yeah, he breaks that one guy's arm, and he's like, "Oh, I'm vengeance." But like, I don't think he kills him.
No, I think he just knocks him out because I think whenever he hit him, I think that's a Nightwing combo if I'm not right because that was 3 hits, right?
Batman didn't kill him. Batman Forever.
Spidey, he let Two-Face fall with the coins.
Okay, yeah, I do remember that scene. Yeah, he let Two-Face fall with the coins. Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah, and like, I don't think they kill anyone in Batman and Robin, but like that's a different kettle of fish.
But yeah, this isn't new, Riff. Don't act like it's new.
Well, no, I'm not. Like, I'm not saying I'm not making excuses for Batfleck. I'm saying that it's shit with him and it's shit with Michael Keaton as well. Like,
stop it. I like that version. I hate when you shit on something.
Like, yeah, like Batman still shouldn't kill. It's like he literally. It's like Batman literally kills the Joker.
Okay, that was not him. The gargoyle.
Well, okay, so Gravity kills him. Gravity would not have killed him if Batman hadn't tied him to the gargoyle statue.
Well, maybe he was trying to not let him escape.
Also, Batman literally punches him over the ledge. Like, Batman was 100% trying to kill him.
Oh, wait, what happened before he was trying? Wait, hold on. What happened before he was
any director that takes Batman does
What are you saying, Phoenix?
What happened, like, before? Like, what made Batman try to... Like, what made Batman kill Two-Face? Or what made Michael Keaton's Batman kill Two-Face?
It was... Well...
Wait, what?
Wait, are you saying
Two-Face?
Two-Face?
Went up to the point where he kills Two-Face.
I'm pretty sure he... Doesn't he, like, throw his coin into the air, but it's, like, just outside of his reach?
Yeah.
And, like, Two-Face reaches for the coin and he falls.
Oh, yeah. Okay, if that's the case, then Two-Face relies on his coin, and at least from every single iteration of Two-Face, they rely too much on luck. If Batman takes the coin away and tosses it, who do you think that Two-Face is going to go for? Batman or the coin?
He's going to go for the coin because he's mentally fucked, but, like, Batman still could have tossed the coin to him.
Yeah.
So, like, he indirectly gets him killed, but, like, in Batman 1989, he also does try killing the Joker. Because Joker in that film killed his parents.
See, like, that makes sense.
Yeah, just like Uncle Ben was, Sandman was Uncle Ben's kill in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, and Spider-Man didn't kill Sandman, so what's your point? Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Spider-Man, when he didn't have the symbiote, didn't kill Sandman, and he literally forgave him.
They both had two different ideologies.
Well, yeah, like, you're the one who brought him up, not me.
Here's the here's the main reason.
Please stop dressing Burton's Batman. I like that version. I said, can you please stop trashing Burton's Batman? I like that version.
Well, yeah, you're entitled to like it, but he's not perfect.
So is MCU. Look at Cosmo praising it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can enjoy something that I don't like. That's perfectly fine.
Oh, when he was in the Flash movie, he was the best part.
Oh yeah,
I would say yeah.
Yeah, the same guy in the Flash movie who literally kills a Kryptonian.
Oh my god,
that's completely random.
He got back up after he
he got right back up and immediately died from his injuries.
Yeah, but after that, I think, even though keep in mind I've watched the Flash movie, I think at this point, and yes, I'm gonna say this, I think Keaton's Batman, or at least Tim Burton's Batman, really didn't mind having a Kryptonian.
Also, can we just point out that you said, like, he was the best part of the Flash movie, as if that's some kind of achievement? Like, did you watch the Flash movie? It was shit.
When I first saw the movie, my entire theater clapped when he came out in the costume.
Well, yeah, like, obviously people who have a lot of nostalgia for him are gonna clap, but, like, it doesn't mean that it's gonna be good. Like, And I 100% agree with you. He was the best part of that film, but the film was shit. So like, it's not exactly a high achievement.
Hey, there's an old saying: even in a bad movie, there's still one good thing out of it. That's an old saying.
I'm not saying he was bad in that film. I'm just saying that the rest, like everything else, was crap. So saying that he's the best part isn't exactly an achievement.
I said that even in a bad movie, there's still one good thing, and that one good thing was him.
Either way, though, I do think he is a bit overrated as Batman.
Saying that,
like as far as the live actions go, like he's not the worst by any means. But like, if you factor like every Batman ever, like he's not even remotely close to being the best. Because obviously you've got like Kevin Conroy.
I disagree with you.
Well, you've got like Kevin Conroy.
Wait.
You've got like.
Can we put Arkham Batman in there too?
Well, yeah, I said every version of Batman. So like, yeah, you've got Arkham. You've got pretty much like the animated series. You've got like
basically everything that's Kevin Conroy is one list.
Who is more toxic, Spider-Man fans or Batman fans? Fucking hell.
I'm sorry, I have to say.
Oh, great! You had to go there.
No, someone in the chat. We need a live-action Batman Beyond movie with Michael Keaton.
Honestly, don't know.
I would.
That would actually. Hold on a minute. Michael Keaton, Old Man Bruce Wayne.
Like, honestly, before Spider-Man 2 came out, I would probably have said Batman fans, but now with all the bullshit surrounding Spider-Man 2, it's like a 50-50 for me.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
Hold on a minute. Avum Spidey actually makes. Hold on a minute. Avum Spidey is actually making a good idea. We were going to have a Batman Beyond the animated movie like Spider-Verse, but they canceled it.
Yeah, bruh.
This superhero movie makes you feel good. Now, I usually have a hard time recommending superhero movies to people.
I feel good.
I like how earlier though he was like, "Oh, this is just a comedy film with Spider-Man on the side." So like,
because they aren't for everybody, and they're rarely even very good. But people love Spider-Man, and this movie is worth loving. And it's been a little while now, but we got another Spider-Man movie that's actually pretty good. Might I even say?
Like, yeah, the film itself isn't bad, but like, it's not mind-blowing either.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And not acting like it's mind-blowing.
Speaking of Batman Beyond, what does DC have against Terry since we barely see any versions of him?
Oh, that's true.
What does he say of Far From Home? I'm curious.
Well, there's a lot of reasons, Galaxy, but for that reason, it's just really.
Guys, Far From Home is so good. Oh dear. I'm just gonna nip to the toilet. I'll be right back. If anyone has any disagreements.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is a very short video. Okay.
I'm just gonna open the window as well.
What's this? 7 minutes.
Starting dismay.
But if anybody's gonna say anything about Batman Beyond, I would say like if we're talking about Batman Beyond, like I would say, okay, Raimi. Sam.
Oh, I'm here.
What's your opinion? Do you think that we need a Batman Beyond movie?
I mean, I did like the cartoon, so.
Yeah. I mean, if you get Michael Keaton to actually play Old Man Bruce Wayne,
make him the old Bruce Wayne retired.
Yeah, and you could have Terry show up and have him steal one of the suits.
Yeah, and if you're making Keaton the old Bruce Wayne, have this movie be set in the Tim Burton verse.
Yeah, it would be perfect because you would have because like it already has that, but like you would have to, but for the Tim Burton verse, you would have to make Gotham similar to. You would have to make Neo Gotham.
You have to make the Tim Burton Gotham look more futuristic.
Yeah, and you would have to figure out a way to have Terry either sneak into Wayne Manor and yank.
Well, I mean, Alfred let Vicky Vale to the back here, so he just let him in.
That's the reason why I would say like DC needs to touch Batman Beyond, but they don't.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm like, okay, so I get that you like Bruce Wayne and everything. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Bruce Wayne. I like Bruce too, but like, you have the perfect setup to have a live action Batman Beyond happen.
And I'm guessing like we would say in the Tim Burton movies.
Yeah.
Starting to get a bit warm. Also, do you know the funniest thing?
What?
We've literally got, you know, Lambda.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lambda is literally like a double agent because he's chilling in like Ultimate Joker's fucking Discord server.
Oh wow!
He
really?
He literally like screenshots dumb shit that they say and just puts it in the funny comments section.
I'm surprised his cover's not blown.
Evidently, they're not bright enough to work it out. But Into the Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man movie. I just don't think that.
I'd say it's like my number, like 3 or something.
For me, it's probably like.
I would say it's probably like top 3 for me.
I just think the Spider-Verse films are a bit overrated. They're not really for me. But like,
jeez, how many things are you gonna call overrated, dude?
Well, no, like,
but I do have a.
Well, the thing is, like, if I say something's overrated, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not as good as I think people say it is.
I've seen so many people call the Raimi films overrated, and it hurts my head.
Well, yeah, but like, they probably still don't hate them. It's like with it's like I think that the Spider-Verse films generally are better than Tom Holland's films, but like, I prefer.
I agree with it.
I prefer all of the Raimi films, and I prefer TASM 1. And I prefer No Way Home as well. So, like, they're just outside of my top 5.
Yeah.
Like, they're not bad. Like, I'm not saying they're bad films because I'm saying they're overrated. I'm just saying, like...
The way it sounds...
They're just not for me. Like, I just prefer live-action films, generally. Because especially when it comes to superhero shit, because I think it's more impressive when live-action shit looks good.
Spider-Verse movie gave Miles an actual personality?
Yeah, like, I just prefer, like, for example, the action in TASM 2 is fucking incredible.
Oh my god. He just said Miles in the comics pre-Spider-Verse is so bland, a discount Peter Parker and black, then that's it.
Wait,
That's literally what they say. They literally think that he's a clone, which he's not a clone. They say that he is, when I'm like...
I've seen comments saying that the one from the first game would win, but the one from the second game would call for backup. What the fuck are you on about? Like... Oh, subreddit, who would win between Tinkerer and Peter? I mean, I think if you give Peter his Spider-Man, the Advanced Suit 2.0, I think he would win. Like, I do, like, if it's PS4 Peter, then I still think he would win, but it would be like high diff kind of thing.
I think it would be cool if there's someone like made a mod for the Miles Morales game where it was the Peter in like his PS4 suit and Yuri's voice coming out of it. Would be like a key weapon.
So I just saw Spider Boy No Place Like Home, and I
Hey, at least
really
the video
liked
7
it.
minutes though.
Now this may not.
Of course, he really liked Far From Home. Oh dear.
Oh god, help me.
So he thinks that Far From Home and Homecoming are better than like the entire Raimi trilogy and both TASM films. Interesting.
But I like.
I will say though, the only thing that's probably good about No Way Home will probably be
isn't very
Mysterio.
good.
Wait,
Hold on.
He said something not very good while showing footage of Toby. I'm a bit scared.
Surprise, but I like Spider-Man. Hell, I even like when Spider-Man isn't very good. I just like everything Spider-Man related. But that isn't to say I give every Spider-Man movie a pass. You guys know nothing is sacred
that makes no
here.
sense.
So when I say I like this...
So he likes everything Spider-Man related, but he's still gonna hate, so fine.
That makes no goddamn sense.
Spider-Man 2, Peter is way stronger than Spider-Man 1. Yeah, I agree. A genuine discussion I can have fun talking about is who is faster and more agile between Peter and Miles. I think Miles is more agile. Obviously, without the symbiote, I do think Miles is faster. But with the symbiote, you could probably say Peter's faster.
One more thing too is that if Miles has, well, technically speaking, he's had a symbiote before, but he took control of it. Let's say if in Spider-Man 2, if Venom
Spider-Man Far From Good, yeah, facts.
he would be unstoppable if Miles had Venom. I'm sorry. He would be unstoppable.
Who do you guys think is the worst live-action Spider-Man?
MCU, easily.
Yeah, definitely.
Really?
Up until No Way Home.
Yeah, easy.
Can I just say the obvious answer that no one's gonna say?
Oh no.
Spider-Man Lotus.
Yes.
Oh, what? The fan film?
Well, yeah, it's live action. It counts. He said live action. That counts.
Live action.
I have to say, I actually kind of like.
I think Lotus is worse than Nicholas Hammond's Spider-Man.
Here's the thing. I can understand why people like Lotus, but the thing is with...
Like, Nicholas Hammond's Spider-Man's actually goated by comparison.
But dude, he barely has any of his comic villains or his characters.
Okay, he goes to China and fights samurai. It's amazing. He literally does that.
He shoots like a rope out of his hand.
He literally does that. Like, there's an episode where he goes to China and just fights samurai. It's every bit as amazing as it sounds.
How is that amazing? That's like in the freaking 70s.
I don't care. It's still good. It's fun. Watching Spider-Man fight at 360p, like, you just gotta love it.
Here's the thing that I will say about Spider-Man Lotus. And this may come as a shocker. I wanted to see more Spider-Man than just Peter. I know that's something wrong, but like I wanted to see more Spider-Man, and yeah.
Yeah. I really like Nicholas Hammond much. So, like, I think Nicholas Hammond was actually a pretty good Peter, but, like, obviously Spider-Man, like, barely ever spoke, so it's kind of difficult to...
Yeah, he's just basically mute.
And I'm pretty sure it was a stunt double that played Spider-Man, like, forever. Aside from obviously when he was unmasked, in which case, yeah, it was Nick in the costume, but...
Yeah, the only time you ever see him in the suit
is just relying on Batman, yes, I will agree.
A bit off topic, I know I'm not a Star Wars fan, not knowledgeable, but isn't the issue... What is the issue with the Acolyte show? I think it's just... Isn't it just the same issue with the other Disney shows, where, like... I don't want to say woke, because...
I understand this argument. In episode 3, it kind of trashed on Star Wars lore. The only thing that we get mentioned
is... on Anakin Skywalker?
Yeah, I like Anakin Skywalker.
That's like, didn't they say, like... Yeah, like, even with, like, the Obi-Wan Kenobi show and, like, the Ahsoka show, I'm pretty sure that, like, they still had, like, really dogshit parts to it.
Ahsoka's actually...
The one thing I liked Worlds Between Worlds Anakin. I really liked that scene. That was pretty fucking good, but...
I liked how he, like, had the flash between him and his Darth Vader armor.
Yeah, you lack conviction.
Yeah, the reason my mom said he liked the flashes when he looked like Darth Vader because that's keeping continuity.
I feel so happy for like Hayden Christensen as well, because I remember he got trashed on when like the fucking...
And now he's finally getting redemption.
Yeah, like when the prequels came out, people hated him, and then like people just started liking the prequels, and then you know,
This movie, I really mean it. Honestly, I really like this movie. Oh, and by the way, this is going to be spoiler-free until, like, the end where I warn you guys, like I always do. You know how it works. Now, honestly, it's really hard to top Spider-Verse. I mean, Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man movie. It's not even a question. After seeing it, I was like, yeah, I don't really need to watch Far From Home because it will not be as good as Spider-Verse. And I wasn't really being fair because they're movies that serve completely different roles. Spider-Verse is a love letter to the character that can stand alone as its own thing. Far From Home is...
Actually, since I'm on
just because something worse comes out doesn't necessarily make what came out before acceptable. Yeah, true.
I actually do have a theory, though.
The continuation of an ongoing saga.
You've seen Spider-Verse, right?
Of course.
I just have... this is like a random theory that I came up with like probably a couple weeks ago. You know the Peter from Miles' universe, right?
Yeah, the one with the blonde hair.
Yeah. What if he comes back? Because in the ultimate comic.
Wait, blonde-haired Peter? You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah,
Ben Reilly.
Oh, Ben Reilly, Scarlet Spider.
Riff will disagree with you on what?
But I do think that he might come back. I do think that Ultimate Peter, seeing as that in the Ultimate comics where Miles becomes Spider-Man, there's a chance because like there's a comic, and you probably read this too. in the Ultimate Comics, while Miles is being Spider-Man, Ultimate Peter comes back.
That is true. That is true. I've seen it.
And the fact that they star a character named
he
Peter.
probably self-healed during all that time, so he probably just be like, might just be like, what's going on? Why is there?
Right.
Why is there an older me who's fat?
Why is there an older me who's that? And who's this person destroying the city?
He just unmasks. It's just Ultimate Joker.
Oh my god.
And stand alone as its own thing. Far From Home is the continuation of an ongoing saga. They are not the same in any way other than the fact that they star a character named Peter. Far From Home is perfectly fine on its own because it ain't the same and it isn't trying to be. It's a very comedic movie for a majority of the runtime, but surprisingly enough, it does feel dark.
It's Fishbowl, man.
A lot of people complain about how Homecoming doesn't have real stakes because people don't die. And if those people say this movie has no stakes or consequence, I will rip off my nose and put it back on upside.
Spider-Man Homecoming literally has no stakes. Unless I'm being fucking stupid, but like.
Why does he keep saying people don't die?
He said well, I'll just rewind.
A lot of people complain about how Homecoming doesn't have real stakes because people don't die. And if those people say this movie has no stakes or consequence, I will rip off my nose and put it back on up.
Like, there's really not that many stakes to this film. Like, the store gets destroyed, no one dies. It's like, he gets the costume taken away from him, he just is Spider-Man anyways. He declines being in the Avengers, gets given the good suit anyways. It's like...
Yeah.
There's really
not
have
to know that, like, at this point, the Avengers are gone.
It's like, even when Peter, like, chooses to be, like, independent, he still gets help from the Avengers. It's like...
One more thing, too, like, you have to know that, Far From Home is, like, right after Endgame, so the Avengers have pretty much, they're gone, so, like, the only thing left
I mean at the end of Homecoming, where, like, he declines being in the Avengers, but then Tony Stark sends him, like, the Stark suit anyways. That's what I mean. And, like, at the start of Infinity War, where, like, he's a street tier, like, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but he gets given the Iron Spider anyways. Granted, it's circumstance that he gets it, but, like, the point still stands.
Upside down. Now, this movie is mostly about Peter resting.
Also, don't you dare talk about stakes for Homecoming and then say that, like, fucking Maguire's films were bad or, like, TASM films were bad. Like, they had pretty big stakes.
Well, that MJ was an attention seeker, so that was intolerable. She wanted to be noticed for being herself. MJ Zendaya is insufferable.
I think in No Way Home she was good, but...
with not being able to get what he wants because he has a job to do, which is pretty standard Spider-Man stuff, and it's done really well here. Up until this point in the MCU, Peter...
Homecoming's only stake is that Avengers stuff gets stolen and sold to criminals. Yeah, but it's like, even at the start of the film, it's like fucking Chitauri Leviathan stuff was already stolen and turned into gear, so it's like, the stakes have come and gone before the film even starts.
Has only done whatever he's told to do. He hasn't gotten to make any choices.
Because you got to keep in mind that, like, a 5-year time jump happens between the start of Homecoming and, like, after the title card. So, like, literally this shit has already been under operation, supposedly unnoticed, for like 5 years.
Probably... Well, it said the invasion of New York, so probably Avengers 1.
Yeah, but, like, what I mean is, like, Homecoming takes place canonically 5 years after the Battle of New York.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, like 2017.
Yeah, that's what I mean, so, like, 5 years later. But, like, the point I'm making is that, like, these guys have already been stealing alien technology for, like, fucking... And, like, been doing criminal shit with it for 5 years.
Is for himself, and this movie is very much about him stepping out of the shadow of Tony and the other Avengers. I understand.
It literally isn't. Like... It literally... Sorry, no.
And that Tony's role in the MCU is bigger than any other Marvel universe, but I personally don't want him to be so closely connected to Spider-Man because I want Spider-Man to be his own thing.
Oh, well, have I got the films for you?
This movie is all about how Peter...
Yeah, you got...
The Raimi films and the Tasm films.
2, 3.
Oh, and also both Spider-Verse films.
Yeah.
And literally every single Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man film.
Pushes past this...
I would say, well, I can't really think of one. There was one that I really can't count. And there's also Lotus, but we don't talk about that.
Oh, yeah, Lotus as well. Iron Man doesn't exist in that. You'd love that.
Independent hero.
No, like, how does he become an independent hero where, like, literally just before the final battle, he's using Avengers Quinjet with Iron Man fabricators?
Oh, another thing I was over the moon absolutely pleased with is how they handled
fucking Samuel L. Jackson just looks depressed.
the events of Endgame. As expected, the time skip is addressed and promptly made fun of. If you're wondering about the whole...
Well, yeah, which is why I hate the tone of this film, because, like, it's literally the most, like, literally trillions of people die from this earth-shattering event, yet it's treated as a joke. Like, I don't understand. It would be like if, like, 9/11 happened, and then, like, 2 weeks later we were all just joking about it. It's like, I don't... It betrays the tone of just what, like, how serious this all was.
Yeah.
It'd be like if, like, World War II ended and, like, 2 weeks later we were just all joking about it. It's like, no, it's not how it works.
Horrifying existential implications of the snap. Well, this movie does offer a...
Also, why is this guy's video so shit quality? Like, it's still 720p.
Probably we had to record all of the stuff they was talking about before.
The biggest problem with Far From Home could be summed up with a line in Homecoming. I want to be like you, and I wanted you to be better. In one ear, out the other, same lesson, but dragged out. Yeah, like in Homecoming, for example, he was like, alright, I'm not going to be the next Iron Man, I'm going to be the first Spider-Man. Cuts to Far From Home, he's like, everywhere I go, I see his face. People are asking who's going to be the next Iron Man.
They want it to be him.
It's like, well, yeah, it's just ridiculous. I'll give the movie this, at least the movie wasn't edgy and dark and depressing. I mean, did you see the Mysterio segment with, like, the illusions? Like, that was pretty dark and depressing.
When you have a zombie Iron Man?
Did you see all of the scenes where Peter's just crying on a rooftop alone at night? Like, yeah, it's pretty depressing. But again, like, I would prefer if they went one turn or the other, but, like, you can't do both. Like, on one hand, he's grieving over his mentor's death, but at the same time, he's having a happy-go-lucky vacation trying to fall in love with a girl. Like, it just doesn't, mesh.
Spider-Man's getting in the way of that.
Like, imagine if someone tried telling you that, like, oh, someone's mum died, but, like, literally hours later, they're trying to get with a girl and have a nice holiday. It's like, it just doesn't work. Which is hilariously ironic, because he mentioned in Homecoming about, like, how apparently the writers for Homecoming, like, know how teenagers act, but they completely fuck it up in Far From Home. It's like, this isn't how people act.
Chaos says, I understand that Spider-Man wanting a personal life, but he shouldn't abandon his responsibility, especially when he's the only one there.
Yeah, especially, like, he tries giving up being Spider-Man so many times in Far From Home. Like, Aunt May is the one that packs away his costume. Like, Nick Fury is the one who literally hijacks the entire holiday just so he can be Spider-Man. Like,
that's what ruined it.
Like, Nick Fury also gives him a shitty costume, aka the stealth suit, even though he's already got the Stark suit. Like, he's trapped in the Netherlands. Oh, no worries, let's just call Happy. Like, and by some miracle, Happy Hogan's got the freaking fabricator in the Quinjet, so he can just engineer another Spider-Man suit. Like, it's just so fucking convenient the entire way through.
By the way, one more thing too, but I'd like to mention before his vacation got hijacked by Shield.
Yeah, what?
I think it was Hydro Man that showed up first.
Well, no,
he had no idea.
It was the illusions. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, it was the illusions. It wasn't actually Hydro.
Yeah, it wasn't like Hydro Man, which was again such a disappointment because like people were like, "Oh wow, Hydro Man's gonna be a villain," but nope, just an illusion.
as if it's insignificant. It's a pretty big deal, and this movie addresses it. Like, yeah, if this happened in real life, it'd be pretty sad and messed up, but in this universe, I'm okay with it being treated like a joke. And
what? You literally just you criticized the shit out of the MCU for being too comedic, yet you praise Homecoming and Far From Home. Fucking hell.
Endgame is a very emotional movie. It's dark, and it is sad, and this movie does not need to carry that energy. It doesn't...
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know.
Literally half of the universe gets deleted from existence, and you think that shouldn't be treated seriously. Okay.
Diminish the events of that film if we laugh at it now. If this movie began with sad shit right after Endgame,
there's a funny thing in the bar scene. Edith should have recognized Beck as a former Stark employee who went crazy, causing Peter to realize Beck is a bad guy.
I mean, yeah, but like that would mean criticizing Far From Home's writing, and we all know he's not gonna do that. So.
Yeah.
I find it real. Well, not even that. I think it's just bullshit that Edith actually works for Quentin Beck. Like,
that's actually kind of weird. Like, how
there's no security protocols at all. It's a case of, oh, you just put on the glasses and instantly have access to fucking Godzilla. It's like, it's so stupid.
Worked. Audiences need a palate cleanser.
Like for example, like where. You know, like at the start, when like Peter asks what Edith stands for, and it's even in death, I'm still the hero. It's like, why couldn't they have just made that the password? Like, it's a crap password, but why couldn't they just do it anyways?
Or they probably just could have made it something that no one would guess.
Well, yeah, but like they would have still had to like tell Peter what it is. But
actually, I'm thinking about it. Tony could have made it Pepper or something.
I just find it so stupid that my Amazon account is more secure than, like, an entire army of Stark technology. I think it's so stupid.
And Spider-Man is perfect for that. It's refreshing to be able to laugh at the events of Endgame because if we're being honest, why wouldn't we? The things that happened in that movie were fucking crazy, and starting...
What do you mean? What do you mean? Literally, Iron Man dies. Like, what do you mean?
Like, he's upset that his own mentor died. Like, there's reasons.
Oh yeah, let's laugh at... Like, I have no idea what he's on about. Yeah, let's laugh at this very serious thing. Yeah, let's do that. Nothing wrong with that. No idea.
This movie with comedy.
I just wanted to come back to watch the stream.
After that, the rest of this first act is mostly low-key high school
Peter in the
rom-com
MCU because he
stuff.
doesn't know responsibility and whitewash Miles.
Makes him look very stupid, selfish, and on Spider-Man. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm.
Once again, Miles and Peter aren't the same, so I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, that might sound bad, but it's not. I enjoy the idea of Spider-Man movies having more slice-of-life elements than the other Marvel films. Some people say the movie doesn't really pick up until Mysterio shows up, but I disagree. I was really in.
What, you mean like literally in the intro to the film? Mysterio shows up before Spider-Man does. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Oh yeah, the film doesn't pick up until 1 minute 36 seconds into the film. Gotcha.
Into this.
Which again would make it worse than the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films, which pick up as soon as the films start. But who said that?
Cute high school shit that they're doing. We should be seeing a lot of Peter outside of the suit to establish his environment and the people.
Oh yeah, like literally half the universe got deleted from existence. Dick joke.
Establish his environment and the people he spends his time with. But anyway,
that's
all I can talk about.
Miles in the comics and even into Spider-Verse, he wanted to be Peter and do what and does what Peter does.
More importantly, in the bar scene, why did Peter take off his mask when he was in front of a bunch of people at the bar? I know it was fake, but those people work for Beck. Ridiculous. I mean, then again, like, he doesn't have his, like...
there's a difference. Miles wants to be his own Spider-Man, not even in Into the Spider-Verse. He wanted to do what Peter does.
I hate that.
And actually, in the fact it's the other way around, Miles actually influenced Peter into having Mayday. So in a way, that's a different parallel.
It's just so dumb they treat the fucking snap as like a joke. I hate it.
And also Miles in the comic. It depends on which one you're talking about.
Like, to put it into perspective how crap this is, half of the universe getting deleted out of existence, they treat it like a joke. Spider-Man's identity being revealed, fucking Holocaust. Like, that's literally,
like, you have a point.
Like, it's so dumb. Like, the double standards.
Without getting into spoilers, so here's your warning. I am not going to wait any longer. Alright, let's go. So it goes without saying that Jake Gyllenhaal is one of the best things in this movie. I love his portrayal of Quentin Beck, and I think he's the most accurate Spider-Man villain we've gotten since, like, the Green Goblin.
Green Goblin's still better.
Yeah. Bruh.
And before the Raimi fanboys go crazy, I think Otto Octavius is good in that movie, but he doesn't really represent what the character is to me as a comic book fan. To me, Spider...
I hate it. I hate this. Make it stop.
Villains need to be spiteful, evil nerds.
I'm not gonna lie, he
really
despise the whole series.
I know that I said in that other video I miss Cosmonaut. I'm regretting that now. I missed the other guy where he was like, oh, Toby has a permanent smile on his face.
He does
his life. And Mysterio
I missed that guy.
Fits that perfectly. He's actually pretty vicious.
Hey, yo, what the what the
Whoa, what?
What the fuck is this? Okay, where's his hand, first of all? Secondly, what you,
I think it's a Spider-Man. Wait, I think it's this. Nah, never. I don't even know which one.
We're gonna just gloss over this.
And he genuinely wants to kill
what the fuck? It's still going on.
Anybody who stands in the way of his goals. Innocent people die
This
in
is
this
so
movie,
concerning.
and Peter just has to face the fact that he has to do something about it. There
Make
ain't no
it
more
stop.
Avengers.
That looks so sus. Oh dear.
Around, so Peter's forced to deal with this stuff on his own. As a whole, Mysterio just felt more like a traditional Spider-Man villain, and that's exactly the kind of stuff that I think.
Why does it keep going?
I should also say that I really like Zendaya.
Stop it! Make it stop. It looks so sus. Looks like they're just fucking. Although these plot holes are not as bad as the plot holes in Age of Extinction and The Last Night. Bro, that's an entirely different...
the plot holes.
That's a different kettle of fish.
And The Last Night are
I was kind of
random.
meh on her performance in the last movie. I wasn't really a fan of how edgy this character is, but she wasn't in the movie that much, so I didn't really think about it. In this movie, she comes across as more of a socially awkward, cute teenager that bounces well off of Peter. Their chemistry is...
Yeah, like, they literally change her personality so much. It's ridiculous.
Honestly, it's very surprising up until this point where I actually don't mind Zendaya's MJ, because at least right here it's a different like portrayal, but at the same time though it's kind of
like I don't mind it. Like also guys, just as like a small detour, just so we can have a break from this dog shit. Bear me a sec. Yeah, so at the work stew the other day, I badly burnt my elbows. So I'm in a lot of pain right now. Just thought I'd point that. Also, I'm pretty sure I sunburnt my face, which is why I'm very red. So yeah, there's that. Just slight detour for a second, but anyway, let's continue.
Really good too, and if it wasn't, this whole series would be ruined, not just this one movie. In this whole movie, you really do want to see them get together, and for most Spider-Man fans out there, that's a really important thing to get right. However, the movie does have stuff that I thought was kind of weird, that I would have preferred to be different. For one thing, this movie has some god-awful ADR. There are moments where...
This movie also forgot the spider sense existed. No comment.
Character will mouth something completely different than what they actually say. It just pulls me out of the movie really hard. The last thing that bothered me is the plot device of Peter's spider sense not working. This has been a thing in other movies and comics, so I don't mind the actual plot point itself, but the thing is that it's not really brought up until the end of the movie.
Well, the difference with this film is that the writers literally admit that they forgot it existed. like it's ridiculous. Like, at the very least with other media, like Spider-Man 2, for example, like, his powers are kind of going in and out of flux. But, like, with this film, they just straight up forgot it existed.
Peter doesn't dodge this banana that Aunt May throws at him at the beginning of the movie, and then the rest of the movie passes by, and then right at the end they tell us that his spider sense hasn't been working. That's like a really big deal, and it feels like the movie just forgot to tell us. But anyway...
Yeah, because the writers forgot it existed.
Despite those things, I was perfectly fine with this movie. I had to see it a second time just to make sure I got everything, but honestly, this movie is so solid and so fun. And I should mention that it has probably my favorite mid-credit scene in any MCU movie. To me, the mid-credit scenes should be like little comic book teasers to show you what's in store for the next issue. And this is exactly what this one is like. It feels like a perfect Spider-Man comic book cliffhanger. I almost expected a little text bubble at the end saying, uh-oh.
So, like, the first two Raimi films and TASM 1?
Webheads, how will Spidey get out of this one? I love stories where Peter gets framed and has the whole city against him. It's such a staple of Spider-Man storytelling, and it's something we haven't gotten in a movie yet. I'm just
So, Spider-Man 1, question mark?
Really excited to...
Are you guys still in VC? Everything's a bit too quiet. I think Phoenix is just chilling.
See where it goes in the next movie, and that's really the biggest
either that or he's AFK.
Here. I just want more Spider-Man movies now, and after my Endgame review where I said I'm emotionally done with the MCU, that is high praise coming from me. I may be a little hesitant about the rest of the MCU, but I'm never gonna turn down a Spider-Man movie. So anyway...
Well, unless it's Spider-Man 1, 2, or 3, or TASM 1 or 2, you know.
We have to rate this movie now, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys something that most movie review channels are afraid to say. My previous scores are like a little inaccurate. Honestly, I think most of my MCU rankings would probably go down like one number score. I've always sung the praises of Homecoming, but honestly, I think I'd bump it down a notch too. I still like it, but I don't know, I just don't really feel like I need it anymore. We have all this new great
The red and black suit is great. Yeah, it's the best Tom Holland suit in my opinion.
Spider-Man media, and it's kind of just fallen by the wayside for me. So I'm going to change Homecoming to an 8 out of 10, and break my personal rule by giving Far From Home a half number in its score. Don't expect this to be a common thing, though, because I usually don't really like doing it. So I'm giving Toy Story 3 Far From Home a solid 8.5 out of 10.
Jesus Christ, what a disappointment. Hey, Col- Oh, no, that's Phoenix, never mind. I thought it was Colin for a second, but no, it's Phoenix. Bruh. Yeah, it's the same voice actor, just... What are the laws and politics of the Bayverse at that point? Pfft, fucking no idea, mate. Most of the world just doesn't exist anymore. Oh dear. We could literally just watch Top Gear. Like... I would actually, like, love to watch Top Gear, but no, we're not watching Dorito God. We're gonna save that for another time. Because I feel like I'm gonna absolutely hate that video. Let me just check it. God. Spider-Man. Was it this one? The one that's like, the one that's like
I was still listening to the video. I was still listening to the video and everything. Yeah. What happened to all those points from Far From Home? They are all invalid, but I do agree with everything that you were saying.
Mm-hmm. What is this the video you want to? What? It's 2 hours long. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm like I can't watch the 2-hour one. Do you want to watch Danco's? Do you want to watch Danco's?
Yeah, we'll watch a few Danco ones.
Wasn't there was I think it was a power stealing for Tom Holland's Spider-Man versus Insomniac Venom.
Wait, what's that?
It was one about Tom Holland's Spider-Man versus Insomniac Venom.
Oh right, yeah. Oh, yeah, we'll watch that one. Fuck it. Danco.
What happened to Phoenix? I am still here.
Yeah, he just had a phone call.
That should have lasted way longer because, like, I was trying to make points that I out of nowhere just get called. I do not.
Why MCU Spider-Man vs. Venom isn't even close. It's slightly concerning that he hasn't specified which version of Venom he's using.
I think he said Insomniac Venom.
I mean, he probably did, but I'm a bit concerned anyways. But I'm not going to enjoy this, am I?
Spider-Man versus Venom.
The first,
it's one of the best rivalries in comics.
Know the calculation.
But with these two versions of the character,
MCU... I know for a fact that Insomniac Venom wins, but...
I mean, I do think MCU Tom would win. Especially if you give him, like, his actual good suits.
Spider-Man, Insomniac, PS5, Venom.
Which is I think is fair. Like, if you're gonna give Venom the symbiote, you should give Tom the Iron Spider suit.
Well, who's ultimately coming out on top here? And really, is this fight even gonna be close?
No.
Let's get into it. So starting out, let's take a look at their strength and...
So he is using No Way Home feats for Tom as well. Okay, if that's the case, then Tom's got this in the bag. But I'm willing to bet.
The only reason why I would say Insomniac Venom wins is because he has Peter's strength.
Well, yeah, he has a weaker version of Peter's strength. Like, in versus matchups, a lot of people seem to confuse different versions of the character.
Wait, I thought that was to quote Colin, he sounds like Discord handsome Squidward.
He sounds like discount handsome Squidward. Wait, when did Colin react to Danco?
I don't know. That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out.
Peter Parker was just an ordinary kid. So the day he gained amazing...
But he's got superpowers, sorry.
...powers from a spider's bite.
I would say, but before you get into this, I would say the only reason why, I wouldn't say that Insomniac, I wouldn't say that he got a weakened Insomniac. I would say that Venom didn't get a weaker Insomniac Peter's power.
No, I'm saying Insomniac's Peter is weaker than the MCU Peter. That's what I mean.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Yeah, but
okay.
Then he is dedicated to...
Yeah, for one moment where he's like, Peter was no ordinary kid, I thought he was gonna do like the Ben 10 theme.
His life to fighting crime and protecting
Danco is a
the
plagiarized, even if
he's
right or wrong.
That wasn't
it's
enough,
someone else's word.
He eventually caught the eye of billionaire Tony Stark,
or he takes it.
who would give Pete the chance to become one of Earth's mightiest heroes as a member of the Avengers. Although that might sound like a lot for someone...
OG Ben 10 vs Spider-Man. Ben 10, no diff. Way big solos.
Still attending high school, Peter's up to the task. After all...
Like, I actually want to do a video, Ben 10 versus the Insomniac verse.
Well, I mean, Ben 10 has a lot of aliens that counter everything.
Don't be surprised to see Ben 10 one-shots, but...
Well, he understands the great power...
If you put Insomniac Venom in there, just use Echo, so...
Well, yeah, like, literally,
Echo,
like, fucking way big, diamond head, cannon bolts, like...
I would say Armadillo, too.
Yeah, Armadillo. Obviously not including Alien X, but... Also, I think that Alien... Also, I just want to point out, I think Alien X is one of the most overrated characters in all of fiction. Like, he's strong, but he's not that strong.
He sweeps everything.
Like, he's strong, but, like, he's not beating every character in fiction. Like, that's fucking stupid.
After Peter was bitten by a spider...
Dude, we're literally, like, 10% through your video. You've not brought up any feats yet. Like, we know who Spider-Man is.
To gain the proportional strength, speed, and durability of a spider. He's actually one of the most physically powerful heroes in the whole MCU. Especially when he's going all out. Spider-Man way outclasses your typical super soldier. He's been able to deal with Iron Man or even Hulk-level threats like Cull Obsidian. Or even...
Oh, okay, so by his own logic, Tom Spider-Man... So by his own logic, Tom scales to Hulk-tier opponents, so he one-shots the Insomniac verse. Okay. I'm curious to see how he's gonna say Venom wins.
Giant Man...
There's two things that are wrong with that, and two things that I'm gonna point out is for the fact that, yes, while Peter did fight, well, first of all, Peter didn't fight Cull Obsidian. He flat out held his axe back from slicing Iron Man in half.
Rift, I'm in the server, but I don't see the Disagreement voice chat. Yeah, it's because I have to invite you to it. It's a private voice chat. If you want me to invite you, I can. But, well, yeah, I'm just using Danco's own words, because I feel like he's gonna say Venom wins. That's the point I'm making. So like he himself has said, "Oh, Tom has fought Hulk tier threats." I'm like, okay, so Tom wins by this logic, but obviously he's not going to say that, I'm guessing.
When he really lets loose, he's able to put an absolute beatdown on villains like Green Goblin. But man, Venom is definitely strong too. No question about it.
Venom is strong? Well, the sky's blue.
And he got stronger and stronger throughout the game as he became more and more unhinged. I mean, starting out, Harry as Agent Venom was able to easily beat Kraven in a fight. Peter in the Venom suit was able to stop an even more powerful Lizard. And finally, Harry...
I'm impressed that he knew that.
As the Venom managed to straight up kill Kraven, who had already managed to kill a ton of supervillains already. Then in his fight against the two Spider-Men, well, Venom was always able to overpower them and showed he was stronger.
I don't think Tom actually scales to Hulk level opponents. Well, again, like, I'm using his words. Like, he himself has said he scales to Hulk tier opponents. So, like, by Danco's own logic, he one-shots Venom.
I mean, it depends by that logic if that's the case, because, like, there was one line, I forgot what show it was, but Spider-Man has been known to actually, like, there's, like, very few opponents that can actually take more than one hit from him if he goes all out. Hulk is up there because I think there was one line. I think there was, like, probably, like, one line. I think the Thing is up there, too. I think there was one line in, have you ever read Spider Shadow?
No. What?
In Spider Shadow, Peter said that the Thing
Ben Grimm
was like barely he said like he could go all out on the Thing. There's only a very few people that he could go all out on that can take a hit.
Well, yeah, I mean Ben Grimm's the GOAT, but like
both of them combined. And these two Spider-Men are
such a good shot.
Powerful.
This suit's pretty dog shit though.
Yeah,
on their own. Like Peter's been able to hold up a massive construction crane that appears to be up to a...
Can I just point out, I actually prefer how Danco used to do his videos. Like, I don't like how he does them now.
He actually put calculations up?
Well, no, he didn't do calculations or anything, but like he would say, like, he would go over one character, list all of their feats, do the same for the other character, and then go through each category and be like, yeah, this guy's stronger, this guy's better, this guy's faster. But like nowadays, it's like, he gives an introduction to the character as if anyone's not gonna know who Spider-Man is at this point. He's like, oh, he's done this, that, the other, but Venom, he's also done this, this, this. It's like, yeah, who cares? Get to the point. Like, and I'm pretty sure his old videos were literally shorter than this as well, but they were better. Like, yeah, sure, they were inaccurate as fuck still, but like, he got to the point sooner.
Stories told before being knocked off the building by a helicopter. Miles is able...
Excuse me? You can get
Why would you bring up Miles in a situation where you have Spider-Man?
Miles is able to pull two massive sections of a bridge together, and finally, Spider-Man is even able to swing around and kick water tanks, which those things completely filled all the way up to 100 tons. And Pete is just casually throwing them around.
But like,
the funny thing is as well, by Danco's own logic, he thinks that comics Hulk also is a 100-ton character. So by his own logic, Insomniac Spider-Man is equal to comics Hulk.
That's not equal to comics Hulk.
That should instantly tell you this guy has no idea what he's on about.
Venom still managed to overpower both of them throughout their fight, and made it look easy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because lifting strength equals attack potency, don't you know?
Venom is stronger, no question about it.
Wait, do those water tanks weigh 100 tons? I think when they're full, they do, but...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Out it. Fighting against...
Because you gotta keep in mind that the water tank that they eventually use against him, I'm pretty sure it has like 10,000 gallons. It's like, water is fucking heavy. So like, 100 tons seems pretty reasonable.
All those villains in the MCU is impressive, but the Spider-Man in the games is able to do that too. And Venom is still able to trounce him. Venom...
The villains in the game are weaker. Insomniac Spider-Man's weaker. Who cares?
Takes the edge here.
And
of course, it's going to be real hard to injure this
Not to mention Peter was also holding back against him.
version of Venom 2. Venom easily scales above pretty much every other hero or villain in the Insomniac universe.
I mean, that's not really much of an achievement, since all of them cap below city level.
Well, I mean, I can't really say that now because I saw the stats for Goblin. Well, at least I know how powerful Green Goblin is going to be in the next game. But
it's not even out yet. So.
Yeah, but there was a leak about. Yeah, but the thing is, there was like a leak about where he scales. And
what do you mean?
Let's just say there was a leak where I'm not, and I feel like I shouldn't mention this, but from what I've seen and from what someone said, he has the capability of lifting the whole city in the air.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, like, this video is outdated anyways, so...
Yeah.
And can take attacks from all of them, no problem. Like, from the looks of how...
Aside from the fact that he didn't, because he literally only fought, like, a couple of them. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Like, yeah, sure, he scales above them, but he didn't take attacks from all of them. Like, that's just fucking lies.
I was going to be two Spider-Man.
There's someone on Venom's side in this argument
kept on going forever and not gone down.
As someone who argues Venom's side in this argument, Danco's reasoning sucks. Yeah, like, that's the thing about Danco. Even when he supposedly gets the outcome right, his reasoning is dogshit. Although I think literally pick any of the pick any of the MCU Spider-Man, they would beat Venom. Like, yeah. I just think that picking Tom is overkill, because obviously he's got the Iron Spider suit.
One more thing, too, that I forgot to point out is for the fact that another thing that Tom has an advantage over Insomniac Venom is for the fact that he has his huge advantage because of his spider sense.
Yeah. Like, because Insomniac Venom is not immune to his spider sense.
They weren't doing anything against him. And on top of that, this version of Venom is essentially...
just grabs him by the head mid-combo.
Immune to some of his weaknesses in the past. Like, he's able to walk through fire, no problem. Something that would have destroyed the symbiote in the comics. He's also a whole lot more durable to high frequencies and sonic attacks, though they can still hurt him. But the only guaranteed way to put him down is by using anti-venom.
No limits fallacy.
A weakness that the game had to basically create in order to beat him, because there's...
No, they did. Anti-venom's been a weakness for Venom since, like, fucking forever.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Venom was just so tough. Now, Spider-Man is also surprised.
Cut to the moment where Anti-Venom and Miles beat the ever-living shit out of Venom in the air.
Surprisingly tough.
But yeah, Anti-Venom's the only thing that can put him down, totally.
Like taking grenades to the face, kind of tough. Grenades that normally
every single Spider-Man can do this.
Average person and turn them into...
The funny thing is that Tom Holland's Spider-Man, you could argue he's fireproof, since in a weaker suit, he was literally on fire in the final battle of Far From Home and he didn't care.
Yeah.
To just a skeleton. He really takes an all-out beatdown from these sinister 5? Seriously, was it really that hard to include one more villain here? But Pete was straight run over by a train.
A weakened Spider-Man, I want to point out. Since not only was he in a weaker suit, but he also didn't have the spider sense at the time.
He's been legit shot with missiles. He's been absolutely blasted backwards by all sorts of punches and attacks over the years.
Yeah, we get it. His durability is strong.
Powerful punches and attacks, too. Like,
I know his durability, too.
Giant Man, or even Thanos himself. Seriously, you can't count Spider-Man down.
You've just said he can take punches from Thanos. There is no way you're gonna say that fucking Venom's more durable.
The version of Spider-Man in the MCU definitely knows how to take a punch. And just like any good version of Spider-Man, he also knows how to keep on getting back up after the punch. He's ridiculously hard to put down. Still, durability goes to Venom.
What feats has Venom shown that he is very durable other than Insomniac Venom that he's shown other than being able to just rush Craven down? Riff?
Kill me. He thinks Insomniac Venom.
Because it's Venom. Venom is.
Oh wow, it's Venom. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. The anti-Venom looks so good in this scene. My god.
Always held the physical edge over Spider-Man, and that remains true here too.
Based on what?
Where Spider-Man definitely has to shine is in his speed and agility.
He just says Venom's more durable because he's Venom. Like, brings up no feats whatsoever.
Just Venom. There's certain feats in this game that he does that make him powerful, but there's only like a couple that make sense.
Like, if you're gonna show he's more durable, show him taking a beating from like both Spider-Man and try wank that and be like, there is no way one Spider-Man can beat him when he took a beating from two Spider-Man at once.
Yeah, and because Venom is not powerful in context of the setting, that doesn't mean that a more powerful Spidey from a different setting won't
yeah, it's literally just a no limits fallacy. It's like if I beat the crap out of like a bunch of 5-year-olds at basketball. That's like saying I could take on NBA players. It's like no.
Nah.
Just because I scale above 5-year-old cripples at basketball, that doesn't mean I'm like the GOAT at basketball by any means.
The thing about this is I do consider Tom or any of the Spider-Man to truly be a Hulk level. Since it's just a case of where...
The thing is, doing Tom or any of the Spider-Man at truly Hulk level... Well, the point I'm making is that even if you lowball them to Phase 1 Iron Man suits, they still outscale the Insomniac verse. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make. Like, people imply that city level is crazy. It's fucking not. Like, city level is nothing.
It's not large town is crazy.
Like, in the grand scheme of fiction, like, city level's fodder. Like, that's my entire point. Like, people are like, ooh, city level, ooh. It's like, congrats, you're well done. You scale to, like, fucking Mark 6 Iron Man level. Do you want a medal?
Not to defend Danco, but I think Insomniac Venom's durability ranges from small town, since he was able to take electric hits from Miles.
Well, again, like, small town level, congratulations. Phase 1 Iron Man suit solo you. Like, it's not impressive at all.
Venom could have been multi-continental, but that was...
And I'd also like to point out that he mentioned that Tom can take hits from Thanos, yet Venom is more durable. So does he think that Thanos is only small town level? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Thanos is multiversal level.
With the gauntlet, he's like fucking... He's high tier, but like, even without the gauntlet, like, he's nothing lower than, like, country level.
Yeah.
Like, because he beat the shit out of Thor, Hulk...
Now we're talking like 2012 Thanos.
Best acrobat and the most agile character.
The point I'm making here is that even if we go by Danco's logic, Tom should stomp. But obviously, he's gonna wank Venom anyways.
The whole MCU. He can dip and dodge around in a fight like it's nothing. Easily react to bullets, or missiles, or lightning, or anything that you send his way.
Electricity, not just lightning.
The man is straight dang near impossible to tag in a fight.
No limits fallacy.
Especially when you factor in his spider sense. This spider sense is now highly toned and advanced, to the point where he can pick up on Green Goblin's personality shifts. And so he's able to easily dodge most all the attacks.
Wait a minute, pause that for a second.
I'd also like to point out something. Lizard's sense goes off before Tom's spider sense does.
Yeah.
So, like, you could argue that Lizard has better precognition than Tom's Spider-Man, and obviously, like, a weaker Andrew and No Way Home Toby scale to that level.
Yeah.
So you could say, based on that Tom easily has the worst spider sense, yet he's still able to match these characters.
Or that attack.
Yeah. And I would have to say, like, that is this is probably like my favorite feat from Tom, for the fact that he was able to pick up on Goblin's personality shifts without Norman knowing.
Yeah,
without him knowing.
Yeah, like and Goblin, as soon as he webs Goblin, he's like, that's some neat trick. Hello, you okay?
Yeah, I would have to say that's probably one of the coolest things that I like.
Oh, sorry? Yeah, sorry about that.
I think Insomniac Venom could have gotten up to planet level if he had the full power of the meteorite. But considering he never reached that power,
well, I don't think he would be planet level, because
he would have been multi-continental.
Well, I think it would be like country or like continental level. I don't think it would be planet level.
Yeah, because
at the very best, it would be like he has planet level range, but like not necessarily power.
Attack is even thrown his way.
By the way, Avon, if I think I asked you this, but I don't know if you responded. If you want me to invite you to Disagreement Day VC, I can do.
Spider-Man also wouldn't really be Spider-Man, but his trusty web shooters.
We know this.
Which you can use to fire out a whole wide assortment of different types of webs, and instantly web people up, or simply just easily move across the city. And then there's even his Iron Spider armor created by Iron Man. It definitely amps Pete's strength.
Oh, so he is giving him the Iron Spider suit. Oh, okay, then it's a stomp then.
Yeah.
Since even like it's a stomp. Like I don't get how it's remotely comparable at this point.
I mean,
the issue with Tom and Toby that they can't be city level since they can be heavily injured or incapacitated by lesser forces. Congrats, you're well done. They're literally the same as every fictional character. That doesn't debunk anything. Like, literally every character has highs and low showings. If that's too much for you, then stop scaling fictional characters.
And if they haven't fought a person or a villain,
and durability.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry, I meant Airtail. Sorry, not Ava. You guys have similar names, and you're also the same color in my multi-chat, sorry. It's a bit confusing, but, I mean, Avon, if you want to join as well, you're more than welcome to. That was just my fault, I fucked up the names.
To the point where he now no longer needs to worry about dodging bullets, he's just completely bulletproof.
Well, I mean, he wanks the shit out of bulletproof characters, so, I mean, Tom should win, right?
It's also made out of millions of little nanites, which you can assemble and disassemble at will, and allows Pete
the Iron Spider arms retract. They're not made out of nanites, they retract.
Meaning...
I mean, the actual suit, I think is what he's referring to.
Suit, yeah, but
literally
like,
a Spider-Man.
They retract, though.
But there are a lot of other powers that Venom has here that Spider-Man doesn't.
Yeah, and literally none of them will get past the Iron Spider suit.
But for starters, incredible regenerative abilities, and he can quickly heal from almost any injury that it takes. Venom can shapeshift.
Yeah, being bulletproof is not that big of a deal. Like, fucking phase... Like, literally the Mark 1 Iron Man suit was bulletproof. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
creating all sorts of different weapons or tentacles and tendrils throughout a fight. Even creating wings in order to fly around.
Again, who cares?
Again,
it can quickly produce new symbiotes in order to help it in a fight, or convert others to its side. Venom even spread out across most of New York City. Nearly took over the city in just a few days with this power to spread out and infect everything.
I think at this point I would consider this around town.
Sorry, is this Insomniac Venom versus Tom, or is it Venom, Scream, and the entire population of New York versus Tom? Like, what the hell's happening here?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, too.
Like,
is this...
Like, can we get Doctor Strange on this guy's team? Like...
Symbiote invasion! Let's make a Symbiote Strange style stuff.
About Venom.
Like, I'm not mad, I'm just confused. Like, why is he bringing up all the... Like, I thought it was Venom versus him, but, like...
What makes...
His motivation is to cure the world, so why would he try cure the world in the middle of a fight? That doesn't make any sense.
It's so incredibly dangerous that it can latch onto a new host whenever it wants and...
Well, unless, you know, the host resists.
Take over. So Spider-Man might just very well end up transforming into Venom himself here. So...
What? What was that?
What Spider-Man might just very well end up transforming into Venom himself here.
Oh, like how he did in Web of Shadows and how he kicked his ass. Interesting.
I am very confused. What is the logic?
Well, so... I'm so confused, like... like... Why would that have any... First of all, that has no guarantee of working. Secondly, the only reason he did it against Peter was because he wanted Peter on his team. Like, if this is a versus battle, he's not going to try do that.
Can't outscale based on that.
Like, if I use Thanos in a fight, I'm not going to say, oh, well, Thanos is gonna hold back, because he held back in Infinity War. It's like...
I mean, I think Peter responded to the symbiote longer in the game. He might have become Venom.
What are the odds of that happening? Yeah, I know. Like, he didn't even try possess Miles, and he literally hated Miles. So, like...
Ultimately coming out on top. Who's gonna win it all?
Well, Miles was a wild card. You have to think about that. So, like, there's a reason.
Well, not really. He hated Miles, and within the context of a versus battle, like, morals are...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, based on everything Danco has said in this video, Insomniac Peter, MCU Peter bodies, like, apparently he's Hulk tier. He's got the spider sense, he's faster, and he's got the Iron Spider suit. How the hell does he lose?
Exactly. Oh, and Galaxy. I would actually say, like, yeah, if Peter had the suit longer, yeah, he would have became Venom. But the story would have still played out the same. Miles would still beat Peter as Venom, and yeah.
Probably.
Physically powerful, we've said Spider-Man is. Venom still outclasses him.
Based on what evidence? You literally brought up no durability feats at all, and you literally said... Like, I'm pretty sure in a previous video, he did Hulk versus Venom and said Hulk wins. So, like... And he said that Spider-Man is Hulk level, but Venom is somehow stronger. Like, how the hell does that make sense?
It's not even relatively close.
Yeah, I agree. It's not close. Spider-Man bodies.
They're in a long, drawn-out fight.
Like, literally, the city-level Spider-Men were able to, like, fuck him around. What do you think, like, Iron Spider's gonna do?
Venom is gonna be able to hold that advantage.
No, he isn't.
Like, Insomniac Spider-Man is very near on comic book Spider-Man levels.
No, he isn't.
No.
No.
He is a mixture of
absolute monster.
And I think Amazing Spider-Man 616. Oh, Spider-Geddon.
Oh yeah, the debatably not canon comics. Gotcha.
Actually,
crossovers between this universe and Universe 616. Insomniac Spider-Man did in fact.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Showing the scans where a weaker
that they match.
Showing scans where a weakened superior Spider-Man is holding back, trying to reason with him. Gotcha. Totally.
Actually, I think he's going all out. Actually, he's going all out here. But
well, either way, he's not trying to fight him. He's trying to make him listen because he needs his help.
Yeah.
Did in fact.
Oh wow, he kicks a weakened version of Superior Spider-Man. Whoop-de-doo.
Hold his own against the real Spider-Man. And Venom.
No, he holds his own against a hilariously nerfed Superior Spider-Man. You don't know what you're on about.
Didn't really do it because that's a clone body.
And again, Spider-Man 2 debatably retcons the comics. Like, yeah, sure, they may have been canon before Spider-Man 2 came out, but Spider-Man 2, like, debatably retconned them. So, like, who cares?
So to say that he holds the physical edge...
And again, by this logic, you can use the statement from Spider-Man 1 Toby, where, like, the weakest version of Toby we've ever seen was stated to have all the capabilities of 616 Spider-Man. And Toby gets much stronger, and Tom is comparable to that version of Toby. So, like, again, by your logic, you're wrong, no matter which way you spin it.
Edge and outclasses...
This is why I think that he needs to put calculations in this video. This is why I like Crisis.
And in case anyone says, oh, capabilities doesn't scale to feats, Google what capability means.
Capability
Spider-Man...
able or capable enough.
If I have all the capabilities of Phoenix, I can replicate anything Phoenix can do. That's literally what the word means.
But that's honestly a bit of an undersell here.
Not the Toby comic argument. Well, again, I'm saying, like, fucking Christ. I'm saying if you're going to use a debatably non-canon comic to try wank Insomniac, then using the comic level Toby argument is fair. Like, if you're, like, I think that's fair.
However, also...
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm saying in a debate setting, if you're going to use debatably non-canon stuff for Insomniac, then using that is also fair for the MCU cast.
I don't want to discount Spider-Man altogether.
Because, like, even I will say, like, if you're really going to use that for Insomniac Spidey, the one thing that I usually use is for the fact that I say Insomniac takes Insomniac takes inspiration from Ultimate Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man 616. So it's like...
The thing I find funny is that literally, I'm pretty sure that, like, that's not even the only thing he does in the comics. Like, he showed, like, two... He'd, like, at the very least, show him fighting, like, 616 Peter and try wank that, but no, he showed him fighting Superior Spider-Man, who was confirmed to be weaker in those comics. Like...
And it's a weakened body, by the way.
So, like, even when Danco tries wanking characters, he still somehow lowballs them. I don't know how that's possible, but...
The guy's a lot more experience. Sure, Venom is seriously powerful, but facing
well, yeah, no shit.
Off against aliens and powerful supervillains and whole gangs of supervillains.
He literally takes an attack from Ebony Maw, the same guy who matches and overpowers Doctor Strange.
And then somehow in some way was able to...
And he gets right back up, like... Spider-Man 2 never retconned the comics. Well, considering that the writers of the comics were not even that sure if the comics were connected to the games, I would say it's 50-50 whether they're canon or not. Especially since the comics never mentioned the events of the games never mentioned the events of the comics, and during that multiverse side mission, Peter doesn't even bring up the multiverse as a possibility for why that shit's happening. So,
actually,
like,
there is a good explanation for how that's...
And I'm very aware that in one of the comics, he gets, like, his mind wiped and, like, his memory wiped, but, like, the memories should be gone, but, like, his knowledge of the multiverse should still be there.
Yeah. But I do think, I think there is a good way to look at it, because, like, even I couldn't believe it whenever I saw it. Turns out that the writers for, or at least the writers for, Spider-Geddon, whenever they put video game Spider-Man in there, or Insomniac Spider-Man in the comics, they had no idea about it. Well, at least, wait, hold up. Let me do a quick Google search.
But also, let's say for the sake of argument, because I've thought about this a lot, like, let's say for the sake of arguments, the comics are canon. What does he do in the comics? He fights an embarrassingly weakened version of Superior Spider-Man, who was weaker than base Doc Ock, which 616 Spider-Man can fight. So, like, even if the comics were canon, he still doesn't scale to 616. And it's, like, later on where, like, he actually 1v1s 616. Insomniac is going all out to an extent. 616 is holding back, and they pretty much stalemate. So, like, regardless, even if they're canon, he's still not comparable to 616, especially at his peak.
It would make sense. And by the way, it turns out that it actually is canon, because it takes place after the first game.
Well, yeah, but the point I'm making is that, like, none of the comics also don't reference the games.
Fighting in...
Okay, I got it.
It could just be an alternate version of Insomniac.
Wars and...
In the same way that Across the Spider-Verse uses an alternate version of Miguel O'Hara. Or an alternate version of Miles, because obviously it's not Insomniac Miles, who's, like, the center of the film. So, like, it could just be an alternate version of the character. So, like, comics Insomniac Spider-Man could be that level, but, like, it could just be an alternate version of Insomniac.
Robot
actually, that would make sense, though, but the thing is, though, like, his Earth is, like, actually mentioned, but...
I'm confused about 616, but 616 is basically comic book Spider-Man. Basically. 616 is, like, the name of his universe, if that makes sense. The portal in Spider-Man 2 is different to the portals he encounters. Okay, but he still didn't bring up the prospect of a multiverse. When he very well should do. Like, even if his memories was wiped, like, he should still have knowledge of the multiverse. Like, multiverse theory existing. Kind of thing. But he doesn't bring that up at all.
Venom is...
Not to mention, that's the first time he's seen portals, like, in the games. So, yeah, he doesn't even bring up the possibility of it being multiversal, like, shit going on.
Seriously powerful. But facing off...
In Spider-Geddon, Insomniac Peter did tank hits from the Inheritors who can fight on par with Cosmic Spider-Man. Okay, well, that would just be an outlier then, since in the same comic books, Insomniac Spider-Man didn't even scale to base 616. So, it would just be an outlier.
Powerful supervillains and whole gangs of supervillains. fighting in wars.
Unless you want to say that a nerfed superior Spider-Man is comparable to Cosmic Spider-Man, which, go ahead, I'll wait.
And against armies and mindless robot killer drones and maniacal alien warlords with a lust for genocide.
So he brings up Thanos multiple times, yet he's still gonna say Venom wins.
Why are you bringing up Thanos?
Spider-Man has been around the block.
Like, if you want to wank Spider-Man to Thanos level, then that's your business, but, like, please don't say that he still somehow loses.
Thanos didn't count.
Block once or twice, and you definitely can't discount the type of advantage that experience can give somebody.
Oh yeah, the experience is a massive factor, but he still somehow loses. Gotcha.
Definitely does have an advantage here. Secondly, I think it's the Stark tech. That's a pretty big advantage.
He's literally not even looking at the person he wants to
giving him
fight.
an advantage.
He's Darth Vader. He's literally using the Force right now.
Like, he's literally using Tony Stark tech to boost. He's using Iron Spider to basically give him a buff. There's no buff here.
I never said that 616 Spider-Man and Insomniac scale to each other, maybe in speed, but you're right. Well, yeah, like, if you want to say that, like, in swinging speed, they're similar, because obviously, like, there is that one scene where, like, they're swinging and, like, chatting together about, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to say that in terms of swinging speed, they're comparable, then fair enough, but, like, in terms of combat, they're not comparable. Since, again, like, 616 holding back was able to match Insomniac's speed when he was debatably going all out, so...
Yeah.
Like, even in terms of speed and that sort of thing, I still don't think Insomniac match it. Like, yeah, sure, he can hold his own briefly against 616, but, like, Comic Spider-Man wasn't trying to fight him, so...
Actually, there's an actual, like, way, but, like, seeing as that they match each other whenever they're fighting, and even match each other in light speed, it's...
Because, like, wasn't Insomniac Spider-Man, like, desperate? Like, he was going all out. Since he believed that, like, the energy source could literally bring Aunt May and Uncle Ben back from the dead.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously he would be going all out. Especially since he would still be dealing with the trauma from the PS4 game.
Yeah, and he wanted to bring them back.
I think the MCU Thanos without the gauntlet gets up to country level. Well, again... By Danco's own logic, he took punches from country-level characters, so he would one-shot Venom. By Danco's logic, but never mind.
Actually, scratch that. I take that back. I think Thanos without the gauntlet is just small building.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He's city block and a push, but, you know.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that I can imagine Danco doing, like, Superman vs. Venom and still saying Venom wins. Like, I wouldn't put it past him. And he does not lowball Superman. Like, he says Superman can beat fucking anyone.
You do know that Superman can't beat everyone. And not that in every single person in the DC universe has a green rock.
Well, yeah, but, like, I'm pretty sure he did a video where it was, like, just Superman on his own versus Thanos, the Black Order, and the Chitauri army, and he still said Superman wins. I'm like, good luck with that.
If they ever get their hands on Kryptonite, it's GG. All they have to do is use Kryptonite weapons.
But anyways.
Like, there's nothing.
Just for context, Inheritors were holding back against Insomniac Spider-Man. Well, again, like... I hate the holding back argument, because, like, Cosmic Spider-Man, you can say he's, like, multiversal. Do you have any idea how much he would have to hold back to be comparable to city-level characters? Like, he would be, like, fighting at, like, a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a quadrillionth of his power, if that. And even that, he'd probably still one-shot. Like, city level and multiverse level are completely different. Like, yeah, I understand the holding back argument, but, like, when you have characters on this scale, it's absurdly hard to believe.
Insomniac Spider-Man didn't have in his fight. But while it will make Spider-Man tougher...
Wait, what did he say? Oh, the spider armor, gotcha.
...have in his fight. But while it will make Spider-Man tougher, more powerful, it's also not really packing enough focused firepower to put Venom down. Remember,
aside from a strength level that can one-shot him, a durability level where he can take no damage from him, and the suit can also fight independently.
This Venom is pretty much immune to all his natural weaknesses.
No, his only weakness is sound. What? And anti-venom.
Venom is pretty much immune to all of his natural weaknesses.
Yeah, Venom's immune to all his natural weaknesses.
To quote a big green friend of mine, you sure about that?
Going back as a flimsy excuse, basically, once you start running into difficulties, why wouldn't you stop holding back?
City level Spider-Man was able to, like, actually beat the fuck out of him and actually phase him with his attacks. He's clearly immune to physical force, guys. You want consistency? Here we go again.
It was able to
Rift didn't finish my text in the chat. For context, Inheritors were holding back against Insomniac Spider-Man because they want to suck the soul out of him. Pause. Gotcha. It's like Dementors from Harry Potter.
It's very clear that they were still. It's very clear that they were still struggling.
But what's this, guys? Sorry, Spider-Man 2 was terrible because Venom's supposedly immune to, like, physical force, you know? But here's another example. Oh, what's that you say? It needed 2 Spider-Men to, you know, solo him? Well, here we go. Wow, so a city-level Spider-Man recovered faster than Venom did. Wow. He's totally immune to physical attacks, guys. I think I've made my point. I'm being salty as fuck now.
The more thing is that we never had a chance to actually see Peter, like, use the anti-venom suit to max.
Side note, I love that moment. Wait, what moment? The fact, where, like, he got rammed into a freaking truck and, like, just got right back up. The point I'm making is that you can't say that you're completely immune to, like, your weaknesses. It's just so dumb.
It's impossible. You can't really say that.
It's like those people who say it's impossible to beat Superman if you don't have kryptonite. It's not true.
Or Batman.
Yeah, Batman has prep. He can solo anyone. It's like, no.
Because they gotta really think about that. You can't really solo well stretch that. You can, but like you would have to be prepared.
So the point that I'm making with like scaling, Jess, because I know that like you're not really familiar with it. So when we say that like Venom is city level, we're basically saying that not only can he fight characters who can resist like city destroying attacks, but he himself can also resist city-destroying attacks. That's basically what we mean. Like, we're not necessarily saying that Venom could one-shot an entire city with a punch. Like, that's not what we're saying. We're saying he can hurt people who can take that level of force.
He can walk through fire and shrug off sonic attacks.
Oh, you mean like base Spider-Man?
He didn't.
Even with the iron spider armor, we haven't seen Spider-Man throwing around anything that's guaranteed to put Venom down.
He's like, even without the iron spider suit, he was on fire and was fine.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? Also, that's a no limits fallacy, since Spider-Man way weaker than him.
Wait, now that I think about it, Batman has never beaten Superman in an actual fight in Earth Zero.
Also, I'm pretty sure that, like, alternate versions of I'm pretty sure that Anti-Venom, even in this game, like, I understand it's gameplay, so it might not be canon, but, like, he could literally tear, like, the hosts out of he could tear the symbiotes off of the host with physical force alone. I'm pretty sure it's, like, a finisher, but, like, he could still do that.
Yeah, he could do that.
So, like, it's not... Like, and obviously he's not going to do it against Venom, because his fucking friend will die if he does it, but, like, it's not unreasonable, and obviously Venom's so strong, so he might not even be able to do it. But, like, it's not unreasonable to think that you can do that.
That and it's impossible because like you would have to like actually like physically go in there to rip the host out of the suit or out of the symbiote.
Yeah, it's just absurd.
Yeah, it does.
Gameplay is semi-canon apparently.
Wait, what? Who said that?
Insomniac Spidey.
Gameplay is semi-canon. No, I'm not saying it is canon, I'm just saying he has the potential to do it. Like, I don't see that being too hard to believe.
Yeah, gameplay can be semi-canon, but like when you base like everything about power scaling wise, how powerful a person is based off of gameplay alone, that's when the issue comes in about.
Like if someone, like for example Kratos, if you tried saying Kratos is crap because he can't even break open a chest in gameplay, then yeah, you're misrepresenting the gameplay versus canon thing.
Yeah.
Or if you tried saying, like, Kratos is crap because like random ass guys can kill him.
Or you know, he got hit by Thor, or you know, he got knocked out by Thor. How could this happen?
Yeah.
It's a cutscene, let it happen.
Thor literally debunks the whole gameplay versus canon argument since he literally brings you out of the loading screen. Continues the fight.
Like, hold on a minute, you think that gameplay is canon? Alright.
That was such a cool moment, not gonna lie.
Go ahead and revive you to prove this.
Like, that was like some Deadpool shit.
Spider-Man could cook up something that would eventually beat Venom. But that's not really the question here. It's more just who would win in a straight-up random fight.
So, literally all that bullshit you mentioned was irrelevant. Gotcha.
Oh.
And even with Iron Spider, I don't think Spider-Man is powerful enough to beat Venom.
Well, you just said MCU Spider-Man, so have him activate instant kill.
So someone who is quote-unquote Hulk tier, according to you, you think that they don't have the physical strength to beat Venom. Gotcha.
In fact, I don't even think it's really that close. Venom wins.
You don't even think it's that close? Yeah, I agree. MCU Spider-Man bullies.
Yeah. Something like Miles facing Black Cat, or...
Also, hang on. He's also doubting MCU Peter's ability to find something to put down Venom. Do you know how freaking smart the guy is?
Miles facing Black Cat or Peter is...
Like, not only does he... Like, I need to explain this. Not only can he, like, figure out multiversal theories, like, casually, the mirror dimension literally defies space and time. Yet, so, like, you physically can't apply real-world physics to it. Tom was able to apply real-world physics to it and beat Doctor Strange at his own game. You really think he's not going to be able to find something that can put down Venom?
Tom could easily do that.
Like, he's gonna fight Venom, and he's like, oh wait, do you remember that really old movie, Spider-Man 3?
And on top of that, I think that Toby, on top of that, not to mention for the fact that he probably can he can probably talk to Toby's Spider-Man, and he's gonna be like, hey, what's the weakness to the symbiote in your universe? Fire and sound. He's gonna be like, wait, okay, but here's the problem.
I mean, to be fair, he's not gonna have Toby's help, but like, either way, like, his intelligence is questionably broken. Like...
Wait, Tom's?
Yeah. He literally...
Yeah, it's very broken.
Like, it is impossible to apply logic to the mirror dimension. He did it and won. Like, he literally played chess, rewrote the rules, and then beat the best person in the world at chess. Like, it's bullshit, his intelligence.
Yeah, and plus, I think he's gonna find something, like, if him and Venom are fighting, well, if him and Insomniac and Venom are fighting somewhere...
He beat Doctor Strange with math, that screams intelligence. Well, yeah, because you physically can't apply math to the mirror dimension. It exists outside of time and space. You physically can't apply maths to it. Yet he did it anyways.
Tom figured out a way to figure it out.
It's a dogshit part of the plot for No Way Home, but if we're to take it at face value, then damn, he's intelligent. He could probably have outsmarted Dormammu. It makes no sense, but that's just what we were given, so that's what I'm gonna work with.
I mean, Doctor Strange outsmarted Dormammu by locking him into an infinite time loop.
Like, Tom's so smart, he could probably figure out a way to make this motherfucker weak to fire. Like, he could break the rules of the Insomniac verse, since he broke the rules of his own verse. Like,
That's the only
it's
thing
stupid, and I can't believe I'm unironically,
rules
like,
in his own
entertaining that idea, but hey. No Way Home has a dog shit story, what can I tell you?
Yeah, because, like, he broke the rules in his own verse by doing that. So, like, he can break it again.
Yeah, like, he's literally like She-Hulk if like, she was actually entertaining.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, I don't like how my verse works, no worries, I'll just fucking make some bullshit up and change the rules.
In contrast, Venom is mostly a feral animal. He won't have anywhere near the battle like you as MCU Spider-Man. With Harry as the host, he knows. Like with Harry as the host, like if Harry was in control, oh yeah.
I'm also gonna add A-Safe to the fucking Disagreement Day. I don't know if he's gonna join, because it was like fucking ages ago when he actually wanted to, but... I'll add him anyways. You've probably seen A-Safe in my comment sections. He's the guy who writes like fucking college essays in my comment section. Which, on one hand, I can't really fault his dedication, but on the other hand, good luck reading them.
What was his essay? What was his essay about?
Fucking pick a video of mine at random, chances are you'll find one. He's very passionate, bless him. He's very passionate about stuff.
Very safe.
I don't know if he's willing to join. Like, if anyone else wants to join fucking Disagreement there, just drop me a message, I'll fucking add you. I'll add Chaos as well if he wants. I don't know if Chaos is in the Discord, but...
Actually, I think Chaos is, but the thing is, I think he said he doesn't have a space camp.
Yeah, I think it's Crispy that isn't in the Discord, which is fair enough, he doesn't have to be, but... Like... It's literally so stupid, the way that No Way Home wrote Tom's character, but oh well.
Somehow it worked for the plot.
Yo, what, sorry?
Somehow it worked for the plot.
Yeah, like... They just made up a load of bullshit and was like, oh yeah, this is, like, it... The film makes no sense, but fan service, ooh. Like...
It works well for the plot, but it's kind of 50-50.
Gotta go for now, I don't know if I'll be back though, goodbye. Yeah, no worries, dude, take care. Gotta go, sad times, just went into my bedroom, looked into my second tank, none of my brine shrimp eggs hatched yet. That means I'll have to feed the pufferfish frozen food. I wouldn't worry about that too much. What is this fight? Spider-Man vs. Doc Ock? Was he like...
I guess this is No Way Home. Sorry.
I'm guessing he was like, maybe... I'm guessing he was like, maybe it was like a prediction or something.
I think. There was one about, I don't know if there was one, it was something about Spider-Man vs. 7.
What are his most viewed fucking videos? I'm curious. I find it unironically funny that Rift hates or doesn't like MCU Spider-Man, but he'll fight Hell in Heaven for MCU Spider-Man scaling. Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I said earlier. Like, I freaking hate MCU Peter, but like, his scaling is something that I will defend. Because, like, most people just blatantly misunderstand it, or don't even try to, like, acknowledge it.
I would say it was probably like another.
Or people are just like, ooh, Venom's bigger, he wins. Like, just, I don't know. I find it funny that his most viewed video of all time has fuck all to do with comics. I find that quite interesting. Wait, hang on, what was this video? Could Homelander defeat the Guardians of the Globe? No.
Like, I don't know about that one.
I'm pretty sure, like, Omni-Man was able to beat the Guardians, but, like, it's fucking Omni-Man.
Yeah.
Why Superman vs. Homelander has never been close, I swear down if he says Homelander wins.
Superman wins, I would say Homelander.
I mean, he's gonna say Superman wins, because this man rides on Superman's cape. What did you think I was gonna say?
All sorts of attacks from Doomsday.
Here's the thing, Homelander wouldn't...
energy wave attacks that were
well, scratch that. We never got a chance to see how strong Homelander is.
He took all sorts of attacks from Doomsday and from Zod.
Immortal dog walks? Yeah, facts. I'm pretty sure he literally swapped hands with Homelander, with Omni-Man.
He's ridiculously tough.
I'm pretty sure he nearly blinded Omni-Man before eventually dying.
No way that Homelander can pull it off here. Homelander has
I'll take Homelander's not that powerful, even in his setting.
even into his setting, yeah.
People
like I'm just gonna like I'm
really scared of him. There's a reason why they're scared of him.
I'm gonna they're scared of him because he's unhinged. Like they're not, and also like he's the most powerful of the heroes. But like if you're the most powerful like tadpole in the pond, like who cares? You're still a tadpole, you know.
And if you take an unhinged Homelander.
I know that I just spent like the last however many hours shitting on Insomniac scaling, but yeah, I think Anti-Venom would beat Homelander. Like
that are even remotely comparable to Superman on an average day, like lifting up this rocket, pulling this cruise ship, or carrying the apartment building. If Homelander
he's crazy and his rep makes him stronger than he is. Exactly, that's the thing. But if you take a unhinged
Superman is doing it casual.
Because you got to keep in mind that in the Boys verse, like public reputation is basically implied to be more impressive than like actual power. So like so like you have someone like Stormfront. Yeah, she's not as powerful as Homelander, but her like social skills are fucking insane. So she can just win everyone's favor and popularity. Like she literally does that at the start of season 2.
That's literally the same with Homelander. Well, except for this season.
And like, but what's also fascinating is you could say the exact opposite for Soldier Boy. Like, yeah, he has like no social skills at all. He has PTSD. He's a fucking drug addict, but he's strong as fuck. So
yeah,
and he's also pretty good in a fight because he's really good at fighting.
I would say Butcher too, to an extent.
Well, yeah, but Butcher's not really a villain. That's what I mean. Like, obviously Butcher is pretty unhinged and he's a great fighter, but like at the end of the day, he means well. It's just he goes to desperate times, desperate measures. Are you into The Boys and Invincible? Yeah, I love The Boys. I think Invincible's slightly overrated, but that's only just because I prefer The Boys. That's literally it. Like, both of them are fantastic, and they got me back into superheroes. Like, Insomniac, Spider-Man, The Boys, and Invincible got me back into superheroes.
But I would say, though, like, here's the one thing about the scaling in the Boys universe. Even though, like, I know you haven't watched Gen 5 or Gen V or whatever.
Oh, Gen 5 has, like, some pretty good moments.
Yeah, the characters in there, I don't care what anyone says, they outscale. They outscale probably any person on the X-Men. I'm sorry, they just do.
Wait, what do you mean?
The main character can bloodbend.
Okay.
Which means that and on top of that, not to mention she can blow up any part of a person's body off. Just by moving all of the rotation of blood to that specific part, she can actually blow someone.
Hold on, he was a villain in the comics. In the series, it's ambiguous. Wait, Butcher was a villain in the comics? Interesting. I know that, I know that he did some really suspicious shit to, like, Huey, to, like, manipulate him into killing him, but...
Literally reshape the world.
I don't think that's gonna happen, because, I would say I like The Boys better as a show.
Yeah, I prefer the show to the comics. Like, in the comics, they, like, just do some... I think in the... I think the problem with, like, comic books is that you kind of have to, like... You kind of have to show stuff as being, like, for example, like, for Homelander, like, portraying how evil he is. Like, in the comics, I'm pretty sure he pulls out his knob and he wants, like, Starlight to fuck him or something. But, like, in The Boys, the show, you can learn so much from literally him just standing there doing nothing. Like, based on his facial expressions.
That's what scares you.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, you don't really get that same energy from the comics, but you do from the films.
Yeah,
sure.
Like,
sorry.
Homelander standing there is just, you know,
maybe.
You like
this guy can literally stand still and just exist, and people will still be scared of him.
Homelander is tough enough to take nuclear bombs because of a one-off statement saying they had thrown every weapon on Earth at him, and he'd survived it all. But a few problems with that. For starters, even if it's true, it just makes him on par with Superman when it comes to durability.
Insomniac Spider-Man with no symbiote beats Homelander.
Sorry, did he just imply that Superman is city level?
He's more than city level.
Because he was like, oh, Homelander can take, like, nuclear weapons, but, like, that would just make him on par with Superman. It's like interesting.
Well, we haven't
Because
seen him take that
has
yet.
also been able to survive nukes. Secondly, that is like obviously blatantly a lie. Vought lies all the time. Homelander lies too. And if these punches and attacks from the likes of Soldier Boy or Queen Maeve are giving Homelander bruises or making him bleed, just imagine what punches from Superman are gonna do. And also, just imagine...
For a moment, I thought he was gonna try lowball him and be like, oh, if humans can hurt him, then a nuke would obviously bully him. I was gonna say, like, dude, upscale. If you've not heard of
Vulture
it before.
and Huey both got
making the
boosted
kinds
because
of-
they did 10p before the.
That was literally one of my favorite moments of
So,
season
like-
3, when like Huey appears, hits Homelander, and like Homelander's face is just a picture. He's like, huh? It's like a naked guy. He's just like, okay, laser. There's like a moment where Homelander is like, what the fuck? And then he just goes with it. He's like, okay, a naked guy's here to fight. All right.
Another thing too is like even Homelander was surprised. Was looking at Butcher was like, when did you get powers?
Yeah. Oi.
Doomsday or General Zod, what would happen there? The same attacks that Superman just casually shrugged off. That's not even mentioning Superman's speed, where he's moving at relativistic speeds and keep up with the Flash and absolutely statue Wonder Woman, who she herself can casually block automatic gunfire and react to lightning, even with Homelander's heat vision, which has to be his go-to weapon.
I love how Demo Guy and Chaos Edits literally just finished each other's sentence. Like, that was amazing.
Well, it's not gonna
Homelander is
do
City Block
anything.
level at best.
Like, Demo says Superman is country at least, and then Chaos immediately says Homelander is city block level. at
Homelander
best.
is City Block.
Not when Superman can take blast from Doomsday just fine.
Oh, and by the way,
Fucking
Chaos.
hell,
Another thing
epilepsy
too is
warning.
like, bruh, those 3 episodes.
Whole city blocks. And Superman
Didn't DCU Superman lift an entire continent? I'm pretty sure he stopped tectonic activity, but I don't know if he actually lifted the fucking thing.
Nah.
I mean, regardless, it's still impressive, since even, like, low-tier earthquakes would... Like, it just depends, like, we're not really given much context behind how that fight went. It could be literally anywhere between, like, city block and, like, fucking, I don't know, island level or something. We literally don't know. Maybe more, but...
Superman's heat vision is also much more powerful. It cut clean through Steppenwolf, who he himself is tough enough to survive the destruction of
can you
a
hear me?
moon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There's really just absolutely no comparison here. Homelander might think he's hot stuff, that he's the most powerful superhero around, but when he runs into Superman, well, he's gonna get beaten senseless and just whomped in an instant. It's not even gonna be close. Superman wins.
I mean, yeah, that was pretty predictable. I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Danco... Wait, Darth Vader versus Voldemort has never been close.
Okay, yeah, we're checking that one out next week.
Oh, are we? Okay. Are you, like, a big fan of, like, Star Wars and Harry Potter?
Yeah.
Oh, are you? Oh, buzzing. He's done some videos on Harry Potter before, and they're freaking terrible. Like...
I mean, I looked up. Well, to be honest with you, like I watched all the movies right now. I'm kind of rewatching them. I didn't watch Deathly Hallows Part 1, so I kind of skipped the Part 2.
Yeah, we should, once you've watched all the Harry Potter films, we should watch Danco's Harry Potter videos. They're freaking awful.
Yeah, but I do know where every single character scales, though. They're all wall level, surprisingly.
No, they're not. They're a bit...
Except for Voldemort. Voldemort is tricky.
You what, sorry?
Voldemort is really tricky.
It really depends. I don't really know whether... I think the problem with the Harry Potter verse is that most of it is hacks-based.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of raw... Like, I'm pretty sure you can... Because of, like, the Have you seen Fantastic Beasts?
Nah.
I'm pretty sure, based off that, you could scale, like, top tiers within the verse, like Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald. I think you can scale them to, like, maybe country level, but I don't know.
Okay,
that's kind of them in their prime, because you have you have Credence, who basically has like this evil force locked inside of him, and it's stated to be like a threat to like the entire Wizarding world or something.
Oh, so if that's the case, then he might scale above that.
But obviously, the Wizarding world, like, could just be referring to the UK, which is where all of the films take place. So
yeah,
it's not like a planetary thing by any means. You've also got to keep in mind that I'm pretty sure the guy has like no control over his abilities. So I think it's just a statement. Although either way, I'm pretty sure like the characters in the Harry Potter verse, they have like deceptively good speed and really good hacks. But that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, I looked up how powerful, because like I looked up how powerful each character was, and like I was like, so I don't really know where all these spells count.
Why Iron Man versus Homelander isn't close? Oh, please.
Homeland.
I'm scared.
I don't even know where this is going to be placed other than for the fact that he doesn't show any stats.
They haven't.
I think this is going to be the last one for today.
Yeah, because I don't know where he places them in terms of like speed and feet.
I'm fairly certain he said that Iron Man does win against like some characters in the Boys verse, but I don't really know. I'm pretty sure he did Iron Man versus Soldier Boy at one point, and he said like Iron Man wins, but I could be wrong. Have you heard that the Boys are creating a cinematic universe? Interesting.
Oh yeah, they're making another. They're making another one. Homelander tanking.
Failed.
Yeah, go on.
Homelander tanking nuke has been stated once
and
never backed
Soldier Boy, giving him bruises, making him bleed, showing his durability isn't all it's made. I mean, yeah, like if you want to upscale and say like those characters scale above nuke level. Like, I'm pretty sure...
It takes a lot for them to kill Homelander, though.
But as well, like, he does make a fair point. Like, Vought pretty much bullshits. Like, Homelander bullshits as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I think the only person that we... Go ahead.
Although at the same time, you do have Vulture in Season 3 saying, like, yeah, Ryan is literally the only contingency plan you have against Homelander. So, maybe there is some truth to it.
Yeah. Well, I would say that, too, but you also have to think about it, too, because you also have, even though I know that you probably haven't seen Gen 5 or Gen V or whatever,
yeah,
there are characters that completely outscale Homelander if given the opportunity.
Well, yeah, the point I'm making, though, is that, like, Butcher says that to, like, freaking, Gus Fring. Like, he says it to, like, Gus Fring's character, and he doesn't deny it. And also, in Season 3 as well, he says, like, he says to Starlight, like, yeah, as long as I'm CEO of this company, he's under control.
Yeah.
But, like, that implies, like, if that was, like, removed, no one would stop him. So maybe there is some truth to, like, the nuke-level Homelander, but...
Yeah. Because, like, we know that Vought's pretty much just staging fake crimes.
Yeah. I agree, like, it's interesting, but...
Obviously, this is including nukes. So just from those statements, Homelander is incredible. But... that's all we've got. Statements.
It's actually pretty interesting when you watch Danco's videos back to back, like on the same character, because you'll notice that he says different stuff.
Yeah.
Like against Superman, he'll be like, "Oh, the nuke stuff is like an outlier," but then against Iron Man, he'll be like, "Oh, the nuke stuff is just statements." So.
Pretty much no actual feats, and based on stuff like the bus, those statements might actually be pretty questionable. And another thing is, just like Homelander doesn't have a ton of durability feats, doesn't really have a ton of speed feats. I mean, he doesn't even really use his speed in a fight. That being said, though, he is really pretty fast when he's just flying around. He's regularly flown at Mach speed, even reached up to Mach 5, which is looking like his top speed. Then the only thing left in Homelander's corner...
That's one of the most fucked up parts of Season 1.
That was one of the most...
Oh, this as well.
Yeah, because I was like, wait. Like, whenever I first saw Season 3, I was like, did he actually just...
He can actually survive.
Oh, this as well.
And there have been plenty of times where he's casually...
He literally looks like a freaking horror villain, though.
That's what makes him terrifying.
Look at that. That looks freaking horrifying. He looks like the guy from, like, what's it called? Brightburn. He looks like the guy from Brightburn.
Yeah.
He's casually sliced clean through flesh and bone. He sliced a private jet right in half. Managed to give Stormfront third-degree burns. Here's the only problem.
That was one of the most uncomfortable moments. Like I love the boys, but there's a lot of uncomfortable moments in the film, in the show.
It gets way worse than this. It gets way worse.
Oh, I know. I know.
Impressive as all that stuff is.
But I will have to say though, I'm sorry to say, sounds like a weird shocker. If Stormfront would have survived, I'm sorry, she would have been the new Homelander, even though she would technically already was. And
it's also shown as well that like Ryan, like, and he's barely got any control of his powers. Like he was able to fucking roast Stormfront into oblivion.
Yeah.
Like literally amputate her arms and all that. So it's insane.
So Ryan's more powerful than Homelander, though.
Well, no, I think what I'm trying to say is like maybe Ryan will eventually outscale Homelander, but like Homelander was holding back against Stormfront because he quote unquote loved her. So,
but since Ryan has no control over his powers, wouldn't that make him
that he is?
Well, yeah, like what I mean is like Homelander obviously has more control, but he was also holding back. So like that's why I think he was above Ryan at the time.
I don't think it's enough to beat Iron Man. I mean, Iron Man is way
Anthony Starr did well as Homelander.
Just based on his feats.
Well, I couldn't imagine anyone else playing Homelander.
Sadly, they didn't get him to voice Homelander in Mortal Kombat, which sucks.
I mean, to be fair, the guy doing the Homelander in Mortal Kombat, he did a good job. But
yeah,
that's pretty much a given. And even though Homelander hits as hard as a tank, Iron Man
shows him killing a regular human.
Always able to take attacks like that.
You think that someone was in that tank?
Now he can take so...
Well, yeah, because the tank fired at him. Yeah, someone was in the tank.
Yes, I agree.
So much more.
The only good thing I can say about Homelander is that he's more skilled at fighting than I ever fought against Butcher, Huey, and Soldier Boy. I think it's mainly due to him being more powerful than them. Like, Soldier Boy is like the better fighter. Same with Vulture. Like, I think Homelander is just more powerful.
Yeah. Plus, you have to think Homelander was holding back against Soldier Boy because he was his dad.
Because you gotta keep in mind... Well, he didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
But, like... You've also got to keep in mind that, like, why would Homelander need to become a good fighter when, like, he arrogantly believes that, like, he's the most powerful guy around? Like, he can just win every fight just with his heat vision. So, like, I don't think he would be as good a fighter as those guys.
Magical lightning from...
Especially Butcher, because, like, he literally didn't even have superpowers until Season 3, so...
Thor, beatings from Thanos, even blast from the Power Stone. Good luck trying to slice and dice with your heat vision, Homelander. It's not getting through Iron Man's suit.
But, like, that's bullshit. I swear down in the past when he did Homeland, he did Iron Man. No, he did someone versus. Bear with me. He did Thor versus Superman. He was like, oh, Thor can take punches from Thanos, but Superman's heat vision will slice right through him. It's like, yet here you're saying heat vision can't go through Iron Man's suit. Interesting.
Heat vision can still go through someone's suit.
Nicholas, good to have you here, buddy. I mean, I don't think this guy's heat vision would, because it's pretty much not very strong, but.
Yeah.
Because as well, like, Tony's suit can obviously withstand lightning, and lightning is, like, hotter than the surface of the sun, so...
Yeah.
And even though they said that they threw every weapon on Earth against
Tony's armor is strong enough to withstand a blast from the Power Stone, meaning Homeland... I don't think he can withstand that. Like, that blast was rapidly draining his nanoparticles, but, like, yeah, he survived.
He survived that, but, like, it was still draining him.
But obviously nowadays you've got like the Mark 85 where like it's got like Wakandan vibranium shields, so with like the holograms and stuff. So yeah, you could like you know what I'm trying to say.
Homelander, they're all failed. He still hasn't run into some of the stuff that Iron Man is packing. I mean, we're talking about a literal super genius, way beyond the capabilities
we're talking about
anybody Homelander's ever encountered
with the powers of Superman,
armed with unlimited resources in a suit that can go up against an alien god. I'm betting that
he's a tyrant, not a god, but okay.
The Iron Man has
deviant, sorry, my bad.
Something in there that can take Homelander down. Iron Man wins. But what do y'all think?
I would say Homelander wins, but
So let's just get this straight. He thinks that Iron Man level technology surpasses nukes. Yet he thinks that Iron Spider can't take down a character who's nuke level. Interesting.
Iron Man's technology. Iron Man is the one that technically can make nukes.
Furthermore, Tony made Thanos bleed. It wasn't even his strongest armor. I mean, yeah, but like, the Mark 50 is not Thanos level by any means.
I'm stronger, faster, stronger, I'm better. Sorry, I forgot that one.
Imagine if he said that going against Hulk. That wouldn't have ended too well for him. Also, to my knowledge, MCU Iron Man should have better reaction speed, which makes his speed advantage even more useless, yeah. Like, I really hate this counter-argument that a lot of people do for characters, where they're like, oh, he's a human, he can't be that fast. Like, I remember Danco did a video where it was like, I'm pretty sure it was like Supreme Doctor Strange versus Superman, and the amount of people in the comment section that were like, oh, he's just a human, he gets blitzed. It's like, you really think that? Like...
No.
Like, you really...
Strange
like,
doesn't get...
Like, yeah, sure, he is just a regular human, but obviously that's not how that works.
Yeah, but Strange is not getting blitzed because of the fact that he can just teleport Superman to another dimension.
I mean, yeah, like, he kept up with, fucking Infinity Ultron, and he can destroy an entire galaxy in, like, a second. So, like...
Yeah, so all he has to do is take him to another dimension. He's like, okay, so what is this dimension?
It's also pretty insane that, like, you have characters like Thor on the team, yet Ultron was like, yeah, if I kill Doctor Strange, you're all fucked. Like, he's carrying you. And they literally had Thor on the team, and he was like, yeah, if I just beat Strange, you're all screwed. I find that quite amusing. Yeah, like, Homelander's like, I'll laser you, goddammit, I'll laser every one of you. Iron Man's just there, like,
wanted to so
not
bad,
a great plan. Not a great plan. Anyways, I do believe this is where we're... just the most sus fucking image, of course, I had to... yeah, what is happening in this image? Wrong answers only. I didn't even realise this was still here. Go on, we'll have a little bit of fun before I go get some food. What is happening in this image? Wrong answers only. I should do more of those community posts, because honestly, the random shit that people come up with is just hilarious. Like, there'll be times where, like, I'll look up, like, oh, we want, like, people just come up with the most unhinged shit on, like, the most serious of topics.
Yeah.
Like, literally, like, there'll be something where it's like, whatchamacallit, like, maybe, like, a Titanic reference, where it's like, oh, Titanic sank 100 and so years ago, and, like, someone in the comment section will just be like, oh, should've gone to Specsavers. It's like,
well, then how is that supposed to work, then?
Yo, sorry?
Wait, what was the question?
No, like, there's times where, like, I'll see the most unhinged shit, where, like, it'll be like, oh, 100 years ago, Titanic struck the iceberg and sank. And then in the comment section, there'll be a guy and they'll be like, oh, should have gone to Specsavers. It's like...
Wait a minute.
It's the most random shit. Hmm?
How would that... Wait.
It's a fucking joke, but, like...
Oh.
The point I'm making is that, like, instead of being like, oh, rest in peace to everyone who lost their lives, you just have random people that are just like, yeah, lol. Like...
Yeah.
I don't know. People... It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What are the responses? Peter giving Venom 20 feet of anti-venom, 19 inches of Peter. Holy moly, that was shite. Cross players found each other off Tinder. Something sus. Please do the Insomniac Spider-Man vs. Web of Shadows. I'll make it happen, fuck it. I'll get a ton of hate for it, but I don't really give a shit. Like,
do it.
The funny thing is that, like, I'm pretty sure in that, in Web of Shadows, you have base Spider-Man, like, shitting himself, trying to lift, like, a bell or something.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Insomniac with, like, an entire Ferris wheel in one hand.
He was actually...
You know? But, anyways. Oh, shit, I've done that wrong.
Web of Shadows versus there's a lot where you can power scale it.
Yeah, I could do that. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
If Web of Shadows fans say scales to 616, just use comic scaling. I mean, no, I'm not gonna wank him to 616 because obviously I don't believe that Insomniac scales to 616. So it'd be pretty hypocritical of me if I did that. But
it depends on which one you use. Because like if you use the one from it just depends on which one you use. Like if you use the one from, I forgot which one. Because like for me, like to me, like whenever I scale, I usually just go by anything that's like similar to Insomniac, or like I would just use Ultimate Spider-Man for mine.
Well, the point I'm making is that like if I'm gonna scale them from the games, I'm gonna use the games stuff, and then maybe I'll dedicate a separate video to like comic stuff.
Yeah.
One thing I want to do is like Web of Shadows Peter versus TASM 1 game Peter. I think that would be a pretty cool fight.
That'd be a pretty cool one.
Because, like, you have, they're actually pretty close, because, like, you have Web of Shadows Peter, like, with the symbiote tearing, like, adamantium in half, but then you have base TASM Peter, like, tearing vibranium in half, so I think it's a pretty interesting fight.
I think that's a pretty good one, because, like, it was stated in the game that he could break through anything that is vibranium.
MJ PS5 versus Web of Shadows. Yeah, MJ solos. She got the 19 inches of Venom. But anyways, guys, this has gone on for long enough. I have a sandwich downstairs with my name on it. So thank you to Phoenix once again for being here. It really does mean a lot. Thank you to everyone who joined. Again, if you know anyone who's interested in fiction or if you want to share the love, feel free to subscribe to the channel. You know, we're on the road to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. If you want to join the Discord server, links are in the description. And join us for more live streams.
More disagreements. I'm ready for the nerfing. Or nah, stop it. I'm ready for that. All right. Anyways.
No worries. Take care, guys. Thank you, Phoenix, and have a great rest of your weekend.
You too.
Bloop.